stats for it.
Yeah, I can reach out and see about that.
Well, if you start in a moment, I'm going to mute myself so I can just listen.
Yep. Is everyone ready?
Oh, I thought Pin was guesting today.
No, he's just being nosy.
Ah, okay. Well, then you can't have my spotlight vote.
Besides, guest stars don't get spotlights.
Yeah, but it's nice to offer.
All right. We are live. Calder, are you ready for your captain's log?
Yes.
All right. Where's my music?
Captain's log, Stardate 5564.2. We've recently gone voodoo with the Rampart and the Epileptic towards the on our way towards the Elandi to perform this second first contact. And we will be receiving a member from the diplomatic corps to assist us. End log.
Any personal reflections on this mission?
Let's hope it doesn't blow up in our faces.
All right.
Because currently the odds of them being peaceful is stacked against us, and they're kind of making it hard for us.
Yes, they are. All right. With this giant map of the Silk Road now, you guys have been traveling for about a week. You've passed the beautiful Azure or Shatari Nebula, and the ecliptic is about a day behind you. The Rampart are within a light year or two from you, and are all getting ready to rendezvous just outside of just inside of Federation space, so you can make your way to the Andalin and homeworld. I should put these guys on the map. In other news about the galaxy, the USS Achilles has departed from Starbase 27 and is currently under the command of Captain Pens as it's making its way down the Silk Road to Deep Space Arcania after its first shakedown and cruise. It's now doing its maiden in flight. The expedition on the far side of the Devil's Triangle has found a suitable mining colony for duranium, dilithium, and tritanium, and they're currently midway through colonization and efforts to set up a mining colony that will be used to get raw resources for everything along the Silk Road, including Deep Space Aegis.
That's good.
Mm-hmm. Tenchi has finished their weeks of repairs and debriefing at ESD concerning a redacted event, and they're currently en route to Deep Space 17 on the far side of the road. And discussions about the 10th Fleet Flag Officer moving closer to the Silk Road is ongoing, but there's nothing definitive yet. Of personal note to the Svalinn, Jtog from the IKS Braytok, Jtog. I came up with these names and I can't pronounce them. What is wrong with me? Yeah, of the ITS Braytok, reports that there's a new great house in the Klingon Empire that's taking a definite interest in the Silk Road, especially since Starfleet has kicked up activity in the region, and they're like, oh, we want in on this. But there's two major houses that are kind of butting heads about it.
You mean like a new great house just founded, or someone's just picked up interest?
Someone established has picked up interest. They haven't done anything overt yet, but they have expressed the interest of moving ships into the region and possibly setting up their own bases.
I hope they're cool and not bad.
The house currently in question seems to be cool, but they're definitely getting some flack from House Telpak, whom we've met before, and they've been very Puritan, and they're worried that this region of space will be used to funnel traitors of the Empire out.
Those are the guys that are purging all the traitors?
Yep, they're the traitor purger guys. So off
and
with
the
their
other
heads.
house, do we know anything about them? You know, have they interacted with the Federation in any meaningful way? Recent years?
The house in question was involved in some matter with the Bamoth planetfall disaster and Cowcat, but the specific name and kind of escapes the report. But yeah, the house in question was tied up with those events, so they kind of have a questioning view of the Federation, because, you know, Captain Grennan kind of messed things up for them. You know, dropping a starbase onto their holy city and killing millions of Klingons. That usually makes them upset.
I don't understand why, but I get it. Okay. Fun.
And yeah, bit over your week of travel. Collectively, the Frontier Squadron, which I am calling the 3 ships we have together, since they're not the only ships on the Silk Road, have found a couple of things along the way. There's been at least 3 of the Frontier Runner ships that were broken down, and that the 3 of you managed to save. If you managed to save over 1,000 colonist lives by catching them. There were some wrecks and salvage that were flagged for further investigation. It seems that these ships were lost with all hands by various means. One ship seemed to have been boarded and the crew kidnapped, but not without a fight. 2 ships were shot to pieces and left for dead, and 2 other ships were left for dead. And there was some weirdness with if dead and injured people were left, but there was no signs of a struggle of getting the rest of the crew out. And they've just been scattered across the region.
Which ship discovered the people who were kidnapped?
The Ecliptic. I could actually put tokens on here.
It's right up my alley. I'll be looking into that when I have a chance.
Oh, where's my tokens? I am all over the place. Yeah. And they are just kind of flagged, and it said, well, we took care of the people we found, but the rest of these we don't really have time and resources to go chasing this rabbit trail just yet. So yeah, look, Ma, they're plot hooks.
Yep.
I
add that to my Google Calendar.
Yep. 4 viable colonies have been found. Some of them. One here just across the border, and then these 3 stars here. The 3 stars are in front of the border. Within the border, do have inhabitants. Seemingly have inhabitants on them. But they were just scanned at far range, so you're not sure if they're Federation citizens or if this is another first contact scenario. But none of them have sent ships out to greet you yet. And that is about everything from the news report. On our way there, do we want to do any roleplay or set up advantages, or did you want to start looking into those ships?
I think looking in the ships would be helpful.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't think there's too much more I can do for the for our fungus problem. I've already got the we've already done the training, and we already have the psionic inhibitors. I don't know what else we really do. So I'll look into the ships.
And why is my sound effect not playing?
May have L and August work on some form of scanner to help us find the guys who they disguise.
That's a good idea.
Ooh, okay. So, okay, this lack of background hum is gonna bother me.
Back.
Hey,
I miss anything?
Just the news report.
Yeah, and also asking you and August to work on a device to detect these guys if they're hidden. Well, when they shapeshift.
Okay, something about a device, and I see chat where it's a doomsday device.
No, not the doomsday device.
No, I want you to make a device, well, or modify scanners so we could find these guys when we find these aliens who, when they are disguised, because they do some mild shapeshifting.
Oh, L has a more creative idea.
What is that idea?
How about not only not only a device that can find them, but possibly a device that can find them and inhibit their shape-shifting abilities.
If you could,
That would be really hard to pull all off, but
first the scan and then do the inhibitor.
scanning, scanning and be able to target them, and would kind of be the first step in that.
It would, yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
For scanning, I can modify a tricorder. Unless we need something on a ship scale.
I mean, if you could work it on a tricorder and make a subroutine for the ship's internal scanners.
Yeah, we could do that.
You still have the biosample all that is locked away in quarantine section of the sick bay. You could use that as a basis, but that is literally just a chunk of dead flesh, so I'm not sure how useful that's going to be as far as figuring out their shape-shifting ability, because as you've seen before, the actual metamorphosis of changing their shape, that's only part of their disguise kit. The other part of the disguise kit is psionics, and where they literally go into a sentient person's minds and said, "This looks okay. Nothing to see here."
There's no war in Bossing say.
There's no war in Dossman say.
You should join my Avatar campaign. You would find that very not true.
All right. Yeah, let's go ahead and start with that. L, you can get in on this. And so your intentions, Enzar, is to find a subroutine or something on the scanners, or is to pick out a shapeshift on Dala.
So first of all, I need to lock down. Do we need to be able to detect it from the ship, like on a planet, or just on our on our ship, or if we're walking around and I use a tricorder?
Starting from the tricorner and working your way up would be the most reasonable way of doing this.
Okay.
And
do we also want to be able to detect from the ship, like scanning a planet?
Yes.
I don't think
Okay.
that's a possibility to do via the planet.
Oh, it takes some more work and some modifications, but it's probably possible.
it would be difficult. So we're gonna do.
Well, let's start with this. Let's run a scan on that material that's in storage.
Phase 2.
All right, and back, is Bog around?
Bog unfortunately is not going to make it tonight, but one of his nurses would be available.
Okay, so I would definitely want to get a nurse so we can do some scanning and lock down the DNA, RNA base pair sequences.
And spend some threat to get that difficulty up, but just to get a baseline scan and going, reason science difficulty 4, complication 3, and a lot of that complication is you don't have a lot of a sample to work with, and this sample is dead. So if you have a living subject, that the complication and the difficulty would be a bit lower. But there's a good possibility that because it's a dead subject, you would get false readings.
The XO saying a living sample would be more preferred. A very sarcastic email, though.
We'll see what we can come up with.
Okay, so focus research. And
I would like to assist with the direct.
You may assist.
let's see. Well, we have no momentum. I guess. I guess Arthur's gonna bank in some serious threat here because he's gonna get 3 of them. 2 dice.
Okay, and you have the ship that can assist.
We have the ship. We have the nurse, and we have.
Oh,
the
which nurse are you activating?
Let's take a look at them real quick.
Well, that's not good. That 17 should have been complicated.
Ooh, yeah, that's complicated.
Ow.
Why'd you have to go and make things so complicated? Because you don't have a living sample to work with. You have to use as a baseline for the scan.
Let's go with the male nurse.
Raz's? Yep. All right, so someone roll for Razarus, someone roll for the ship. See if we can quash that complication.
I'll get Raz's.
Yeah, you get Razus and Roska has the ship. Okay.
Radio biology, more focus.
Yes. So we have 5, 6, and
Calder. Oh wait, Calder.
Calder already went. So you banked 3 momentum and you have 1 complication on the table. Do you have a reroll?
We have 2 complications on the table.
Nope, just 1. It's 2019 18. Wait. No, it's
It
is comp 3.
4.
So Calder. No, it's comp 3.
Yeah, I said that it complicated.
Okay.
Comp 2, comp
Alright.
3. Yeah. So Calder did not complicate. So there's just 1
Okay.
complication on the table. L, do you have a reroll?
No. I usually banking on the extra dice, not the rerolls.
Okay. So we have 3 momentum available. Do you wish to quash?
Yes.
That complication is quashed.
And we
As
have one more momentum than we started with, so it's a good deal.
Yep. As it takes a little while, you had to basically electrostimulate this piece of a tentacle in such a way that it does metamorphose. And it's kind of weird and janky to set up, but you're able to basically lock on to the tricorder and the bio signature of it. Binding the fungus itself is not
Here you
that
go, little guy.
binding the fungus itself is not that difficult, but the most of the problem is that your tricorder can look like it's can scan and the fungus on the wall and say, oh, there's fungus on that wall, but your brain of the person looking at the tricorder won't register it. So
would my telepathic have any way of detecting anything that useful? Or is it pretty much
in theory, being telepathically aware might help, but the sample you have is not telepathically active. But from what you remember back on Bellatrix X, you did kind of get some uneasy feelings when you were around the Indolin, letting you know that there's something going on here that I can sense. So maybe a joint venture or something with detecting psionics. That could be a direction to go.
Come up to an amplifier.
As you suggest this, as you're halfway through this experiment, the chef walks in with a crate of mushrooms.
your life sample?
Yep. Lieutenant L. Oh, the XO said that you needed these for some sort of science experiment.
Yes, just set them right over there.
Okay.
Are they edible?
Yeah, these are just like garden variety edible mushrooms.
All right. After the chef leaves, eat one and keep working.
It's at this time that Ross, you've been asked to come in to help with the psionic angle.
Okay. See if I can try and remember, what it was like being affected by this thing, and see if we can pick up something like how to detect that.
Okay, so for you, Insight Command, phase 2, and let's have a bit of fun with that. So, from you're gonna do Insight Command, Diff 3, Complication 3, but L is gonna help with Reason Science, and the ship is also gonna help with Sensor Science. As you are trying to recall and invoke this telepathic essence of yourself, and L is scanning you and seeing if there's any physiological difference he can measure. So, Rust, would you like to buy additional dice?
Yeah, I was thinking about that. Yeah, I'll go ahead and use a point of momentum.
Okay. And do you have a focus for this?
No, I don't think so.
All right. And waiting on the ship roll. Yep. Cameron or Calder, could someone grab the ship?
Sure.
Okay.
Well, what was the ship listing was?
Sensor science. So we got 5, 6 on a diff 3. Actually, diff 2 because of the sensors. So, you are very, very lucky that at trying to recall that psionic impression and didn't pull up any PTSD for you, which is definitely a possibility. But you manage to have a psionic impression of the Andala that has been recalled from Ross's mind, and you have that sensor scan, and you have the sensor scan of the biological mass. So at this point, in theory, you could put them together and have some sort of alert program to where if it sees these two things, it will alert someone, or however you want to do this.
If I recall, our psionic inhibitors weren't particularly effective at dealing with this last encounter.
They kind of helped, but not really. A part of the issue was that they were tuned for different species.
Can we tweak those with what we know now to make them more effective?
Control engineering diff 3.
I'll use some momentum and see if I can get left to assist.
All right, activating left for assistance. And who wants to pick up left sheet? Calder?
Oh, I got it.
Okay, cool. And gain that momentum and back. It takes a little bit, especially since you're running off of kind of the memory of an imprecise data of it, but you think that this configuration will be much closer and will actually impart an advantage against the Andala. So now the psionic tuners will actually give you an advantage is resisting psionic impressions.
Excellent.
And that can be distributed to all the psionic inhibitors across the entire ship that Shthrak made last week. Anything else you two would like to do while you're poking this black blob?
Gail has, but he needs to start working on the sensor.
Yep. So for the sensor thing, yeah, this is a full ship task roll. This will just set it up for our basically internal sensors and tricorders. For the external sensors, that's gonna have to be another roll over next week. Just it's gonna take time to bear down on that information, but you can set this up for internal sensors. And for that, it would be control science diff 2 assisted by sensor science. And this is basically just setting up a computer program. If you see X, Y, and Z, notify IS on this frequency and this manner.
So
that
programming, right?
Programming, absolutely. That brings it down to diff 1 because of sensors. And diff 0. No, actually, it only brings it down to diff 1 because of Sensors, because you've already played with sensors as this game.
All right, and so you are gonna hate me for this one.
Go for it.
All right. Computers focus, computer expertise, talent, testing a theory, and theory into practice.
Sounds fun.
So that is an extra die and a reroll there.
Yep. And you can use the reroll on yourself or the ship.
Roll on 0.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on diff 1 as ostensibly. So you have 2 float. What would you like to do with that 2 float? As you manage to successfully create a sensor security net.
Set up an advantage that would carry over to next week.
What's the nature of that advantage?
We're working on the sensors for the planetary size ship sensor.
Okay. Go ahead and make a note that you basically you have the sensor protocol zipped up into a small file, so you're ready to edit from that. So next time you go to work on this program, you're working from step 5 instead of step 0. Meanwhile, Chithrak, you wanted to look into those busted up ships, correct?
Yes.
All right.
Okay, pin that. Oh, thank you.
Yep, got it.
You read my mind.
All right, so there is one count of a ship that was obviously boarded and the crew kidnapped, and there are signs of fighting inside the ship. Two counts of the ship that were shot from the outside, not boarded, and the crew who were left for dead. And then there were two more ships that were. I got my notes messed up. And then two ships that were shot from the outside, but then there's no signs of struggle or crew inside. Which case would you like to open first?
Let's start with the one that they have possible hostages, because that has possible survivors. The other one seems like they already knew everybody on it was dead, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So 2 of the ships have bodies on it, but we don't know who did that.
Let's start with the one that there are possible people still alive.
Okay.
So the boarded one.
Can I?
Yes, you may. Let's do insight. Actually, this won't be insight. This will be more reason, insecurity, as you're carefully pouring over the scans. Going over third person, and it's kind of been a while.
Anti-piracy is a focus.
Anti-piracy is focus. reason security diff 4 complication into part of the complication is this part of the complication and difficulty is this information is really old. You weren't right there on the scene. Looks like that these ships have been adrift for at least a month.
Okay. I'm gonna give you 1 threat and 2 momentum.
Okay.
And is Calder assisting?
Calder can assist.
They do.
Yep, as two of you are kind of like, hey, we've worked on this together.
I accidentally rolled 2 success, but we just made it.
I've got to reroll.
And then the ship with computer security. And your reroll was bolt security?
Yep.
Sweet.
Yep.
3, 4, 5, 6.
So 2 momentum.
4, so 2 momentum generated. Okay. Takes a little bit, but you found that based on the sensor scans and you got, because this was the ship that the Ecliptic found, so they are just handing you the sensor files that they have. But it's the Ecliptic. They have really good sensors on par with you. You find that at the inside and outside of the ship was hit with disruptors.
Okay.
The engines of the ship were hit first, and there were some minor hull breaches, but it looked like care was taken to not rupture any living area. Then the ship was brought to a stop. There's some signs of a firefight inside, both disruptor and phaser on both sides.
Can we determine like what type of disruptor? You know how you can determine the difference between a Klingon and that kind of thing?
Unfortunately, no, it's too degraded to get anything specific off it at this time. But they found that after the ship was boarded, it looked like that the place was ransacked. They tore open and every bulkhead, every lock door and lockbox they can find, and stripped the ship of parts, and then they evacuated all the air and left it adrift. Also of note is the fact that there's no immediate ionization or metal particulate in the area like you would expect if there was a firefight. Almost like the ship was killed in one location and dragged out here.
Question for you.
Yes.
Does lead investigator block?
Yes, it would. This is a crime.
If it was moved, it had to be moved by a tractor beam, I'm guessing. Can we tell based off of hull stress how long it was towed for?
I will take that for a momentum.
Because that gives us a range of,
Yep.
Yeah.
Based on the hull stress, it looks like it was towed for about a day. So
can we tell that what warp that would be?
About a day at about warp 5, possibly. So that gives you a radius.
Yeah, it does. Pretty small one.
Mm-hmm. Also of note, the Ecliptic crew who found one particular door that seems to have strange iconography on it. It looks like that this was painted in human blood just on the door. Some sort of interesting symbol that they were unable to identify.
Wait.
Are we also unable to identify it?
You can make a roll to find it. Yes, L.
Wait. Before you make that roll,
Okay,
Yep.
I'm waiting.
checking on something. You said it from the ecliptic, right?
Yes.
I want to call in my favor from an engineering friend on the USS Ecliptic to tell us that they managed to be able to identify it.
Oh man, I was gonna have fun with that one. It takes a. In fact, go ahead and save the favor because this isn't quite worth it. This was a red herring, but you do call up your friend and ask about the figure, and he's like, we're not quite sure, but it kind of looks like a representation of Nausicaan male genitalia. Someone drew a dick pic on a cargo door.
Lovely.
But specifically Nausicaan. And he's like, don't ask how I know that. I've been around the galaxy one too many times.
Do I know of any Nausicaan pirate organizations or similar that operate in this area?
Nothing formalized, but there has been in some reports of a Nausicaan and pirate crew roaming around this region of space.
I'll get any info I can on them.
For 2 momentum, which Calder still has that investigator bonus. You can get that.
Perfect.
Calder, before I so rudely use your investigator bonus momentum, was there any questions you had? Nope. All right.
I do have a suggestion for the rest of the crew, though, for something else we should do before we arrive.
Okay.
Rost should repair our breaches, because if this goes tits up, we don't want it to go tits up with breaches in structure and engine.
You've
And
already
now-
activated.
Still has to do the inhibitor portion of what he was doing.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, so we already have left activated, and that was let me look at this roll.
It's presence engineering.
Presence engineering diff 3,
3.
and
Op
then
3. It's diff 3 and it requires 3 momentum.
Yeah. 3 momentum per breach. So now would be the time to do that.
And trust me, if this goes bad, we do not want to breach in either of those systems. If it was comms or like computers, yeah.
All right. So Ross, us, and Leaf, you have a presence engineering diff 3 roll. One of you can lead, the other one can assist, and then I'll allow the spend 3 momentum to remove the breach. As you are patching up the ship for potential hostile actions.
Does a focus of troubleshooting or emergency repair help with those?
Emergency repair will work.
Yeah, it's me then left.
All right, you manage to hit that. So would you like to spend 6 momentum to get rid of your 2 breaches?
Yes.
Just have to double check, but yeah, that was the entire point of this whole thing. Yeah. as throughout the week you managed to gain some time and you buckle down and you buckle down and are able to fix those minor error issues in the engines and structure even while at warp. There was like at least a 6-hour period. You'd be like, no, we have to shut down the warp engines to get at this part, and you do stop for 6 hours, but you manage to get in and out pretty quickly and patch it up, and you may remove all breaches from your ship.
Gave a chance for the Ecliptic to catch up.
Yep.
You know, poor Nova class.
She's trying. She's actually up to like warp 8 right now, using experimental warp field stabilization. And then the psionic inhibitor roll. That'd be nice. Control science diff 2 for UL to get that science inhibitor up.
I think what we can discuss is how the inhibitor would work.
Oh yeah, that was a whole thing.
So, wonder maybe like triggering some sort of waves, from a tricorder.
I was actually thinking the psionic inhibitors that you like put on your temple. Oh, that would work.
But we're talking about two different inhibitors. The psionic was the second approach. The primary inhibitor approach was to just prevent them from shifting. That's why the research on the base pair sequences.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that would be a whole other kettle of fish and a very difficult task to get to, but you might be able to. Nothing from a tricorder. Stunning them, that would stop them from shapeshifting. But yeah, there's not really any way of emitting a electronic signal from a tricorder that would stop them or revert them back from shapeshifting.
There's another option that probably won't go very well with, especially with Captain Penn here. Probably not a good idea to keep bringing up.
Go ahead.
You really want me to?
I mean, you can at least discuss it with your captain.
Okay. He will go get the XO and the CO and just be like, "Oh, we need to have a conversation."
Yeah, you can have this conversation in the ready room. At some point during the week, the CO and Ross are brought into the ready room to speak with Elle.
Say, well, there is an option, but I'm not going to completely endorse it.
What are you thinking?
But, a virus? A virus that would, in fact, well, out of character, would the Section 31 stuff happen with the virus that they did to Odo? Would that be declassified?
No, that was buried under so much black and red tape. But the concept of
the concept's the same.
the concept of a genophage is out there enough that in fact, Calder and Ross, go ahead and give me insight command diff 1 if you like.
You know,
I'm tempting to just okay. I'm gonna spend a threat for a third dice.
Yep. Ross can get
Can I
on
use
this too.
Federation law and politics as a
Oh,
focus?
Yeah, that applies for reasons.
Holy cow!
So, as soon as Elle brought up virus, you two just look at each other and you're like, and you just have this like connection moment, and you go, oh hell no. This hits every single alarm bell that this is genophage, this is a bioweapon, this is banned by the Federation, banned by interstellar law. If we do something like this, as every other nation in the Alpha Quadrant is going to be on our ass, and just no, every alarm bell just rings in your head.
We look like Section 31 to you.
Section 31's a myth. But yeah.
No, you can tell when someone's Section 31 by the way the power walk.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, well, explaining it again, I don't endorse the idea. I know I figured the answer would be no way, no how, but you know, creating a virus that is engineered to change the DNA sequences so that they can't shapeshift.
That is against multiple prime directives.
Yeah, this is basically a war crime. And possible. Yeah, this is straight up a war crime, and you would get get the Federation in deep trouble with the Klingons, the Romulans, the Cardassians, the Zenkethi, the Tholians. Everyone in the Alpha Quadrant who has DNA would be extremely upset with you.
Yeah, like
tonight on Svalinn, the crew gets up to some hijinks as they determine that it's the best idea to design a genophage.
So probably not the Tholian then, right? They wouldn't care.
Don't clump us into the war crimes.
It's war crime time.
But don't.
How desperate are you? I mean, you could table the option, but
Al's gonna go spend an hour to consider his alternative options before talking to them again.
To be fair, if we're gonna war crime these guys,
okay, no.
there are less drastic ways.
That was the easiest to pull off. But
yes,
definitely.
And also I'm putting my captain's foot down and saying, don't even think about doing that.
Don't even think about it, cowboy.
El will respond to the captain, say, hey, I will always bring you all options.
What about a more targeted weapon, like a fungicide, since these are fungal creatures?
I think that's still the same thing about highly affecting a species' DNA, so... El, next time that you
I will say
pulling options, make sure that they're a part of, well, they fall in the not going against the prime directives.
I did say I did not endorse the idea.
I will. Okay, let me cut in. L was just tabling the option, and he did say he didn't endorse it. So legally, everyone's fine at this point, and there's not going to be any reputation dings against this. However, the captain has said that we are not to pursue the genophage, A's route.
Okay. Oh, okay. Let me phrase that. Give me possibilities that will not be instantly turned down if they are against the prime directive. Like yeah, you're giving me options, but those options count as automatic no's. If you catch my drift.
Basically, next time you want to commit a war crime, don't.
Stop.
Okay.
Do you understand, Lieutenant?
Yes, sir.
Ross, do you have anything to add?
No, the captain's made his decision, so we will
Okay.
enthusiastically abide by it.
Again, no one's in trouble. We're not going to court-martial land yet.
I know. I'm just now saying don't just give me possibilities that would automatically be turned down via laws.
Maybe Elle should see the ship's counselor for a while.
No, I think he's fine. I think
especially since Elle did present this as, I don't endorse this. I think this is a bad idea. It's an idea, but I don't agree with this. I think that everyone in the room is uncomfortable with this idea and has expressed their discomfort with bringing this idea up.
Yeah, we are all three of us are in agreement that this is not the best idea.
L would not do anything to endanger his pending promotion anyways.
I thought it already pended.
Well, we were going to roleplay it out at some point, and that hasn't happened yet.
I just thought of it like the whole season 1, season 2 gap about how Jordy just became chief engineer. That's my mindset of your promotion.
We'll play it later. Yeah, I kind of, we're kind of at an awkward point of it, but it's pending. All right. So, Elle's back on the drawing board. Maldone, you've had 5 days of warp travel. Was there anything you would like to do in the meantime?
I mean, there's kind of one thing, I suppose. I want to become more familiar with the boots, and not so much in how to use them, so much as how they work. Like, and the idea behind that would be, if I'm using them out in the field, they get damaged in some way, I have a higher chance of being able to fix them.
Okay. Yeah, I can see something like that. During one of your off shifts, you can slowly and very carefully take them apart and kind of see what makes them tick, and get familiar with the familiar with the inner workings of it.
As far as what I'm doing while on duty, I mean, I'd just be trying to optimize our path, and that's really it.
Yep. It's probably as optimized as you can get. You are
I figured.
You are in communication with the other 3 ships and making sure that everyone can get to the rendezvous point in time, because the idea is the 3 ships to farm up just before the border and then cross together, so that way you're all within range of each other. So to poke at the boots, control engineering in difficulty E2, and Rost is busy at the moment, but you might be able to pull left aside to assist if you would like. Like, hey, come here, I need some help with this. Well done.
Sorry, what's going on?
To poke at the boots, control engineering diff 2.
All right,
And-
L has his alternatives ready.
All right.
This should be good.
I'm not gonna buy anything. I'm just gonna roll up.
Sounds good.
Could I take flight control systems as a focus on this one, or is it a different type of flight control systems that's referencing?
I'll take it at like comp 1. Increase is comp because there are flying, I mean, there are controls, and there's the idea of yaw, pitch, and roll, but it's kind of in a different configuration from a starship.
Oh no!
Ruh-roh. Oh no! Okay. You do succeed, but there's a complication on the table. So you and Lef, after one evening, in go to the engineering shop and start taking apart the boots, and you find out how they work and how you find out how they work, and you find out a bit more about the control mechanisms and the limits of thrust and the intake outtake, and then Lef drops something and goes whoops, and he looks down.
Whoops.
Yeah, I cracked the fuel line on this thing. Your left boot is inoperable at the moment. I'm gonna have to take it back and fix it.
All right then.
Yeah, it's gonna
Let's get
take
it done.
it's gonna take a while for me to fix this. So, complication is for the rest of this episode. Oh, your rocket boots are out of order until they can be
All right.
fixed.
Fair enough.
However, you do have the advantage of knowing how to fix them and how they work. So,
Right.
you have the advantage of doing field repairs on them.
Right.
So, go ahead and note that on your sheet. And if everyone else is done, L, we can get one more roll out of you before the scene changes.
All right, go back to the captain and the CO and or the captain and the XO and offer 3 alternatives.
The scene is
Let's hear
yours.
what you got.
Hold on. So these are in no particular order. A phaser-induced frequency. I'm sure Throck would like that one. Delta wave radiation. Or a sonic-induced trigger from like a tricorder. Those are the 3 best options L was able to come up with.
Tricorder seems easier because everyone would be carrying one.
Yeah, that sounds pretty reasonable.
Is that the direction you want to go, or so? Basically, there's one roll. If you can either use that roll to narrow down which option is the most viable and get a head start on it, or you can use that roll to get this advantage right now, so that we can use that at this episode. And just kind of pick one and run with it.
Yeah, whatever the captain, the XO wants to do, L will run with.
Okay, that sounds like the tricorder idea.
What do you think, Captain? I think that sounds like the best alternative.
Okay. So walk me through how you want this is to work. Like in universe, what's your idea behind this?
Sonic, so it's basically sound waves.
Okay, so it makes a sonic wave, and then what would that do to the organism?
It would be at such frequency that that basically temporarily at least disables their shape-shifting ability.
Okay. I think I can and figure out how that will work. So control science, difficulty 4, slight complication on that. Assisted by computer science. Part of the difficulty is trying to get this update 8 to all the tricorders at once. Part of the difficulty is you're kind of working on a theory from a dead sample of the organism. That also is the complication as well. But that is brought down to diff 3 because of theory into practice. Because you have been working on this all week.
Would it go down another -1 because we got the DNA information?
Yes, you can apply that now. Diff 2. Or you can use that to decrease the complication. Either way you want to do that.
And let me go ahead and use the determination.
To what value?
Science, that's my specialty.
Yep, you're kind of doing the exact scientific method right now.
Yeah. And for the hell of it, let's buy 1 dice with momentum, and we'll do the star cross. Also, kind of use this as a momentum generator.
Okay. Since you use determination, second dice costs 2 momentum. And then computer science. So that gets you 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on a diff 2. 4 momentum generated. And that 1 complication. Do you have a reroll?
So.
Would you like to quadruple momentum?
Oh, I do have a reroll. The other medal.
Which other medal?
The one that gives me 2 benefits on the determination.
Oh, okay, yeah. You can use that as a reroll.
Yeah. Lucky timing on that one.
Yep. And you're no more. So you have 2 float. What would you like to do with it?
Anyone got any ideas? What we can do with it?
Create an advantage somehow, or...
I can't think of any off the top of my head. What exactly was this task to do?
I know what we can do.
Go ahead.
it's an advantage in the way that's a disadvantage on our opponent. So they get a +1 to any difficulty to resist the effects.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Go ahead and write that in the chat and let me pin it so I remember it. And just as you finish updating all the tricorders, Bailey from Ops chimes up. Captain, we're getting a distress call out from the rampart, but there's something weird.
How so?
I can't pin down their exact location, and there's a lot of interference in the area, and it's just an automated message.
Weren't they less than a light year from us?
Yeah, you can jump to them within 15 minutes if you go max warp.
Make it so
Can we-
and clear and allocate the interference.
What's the automated message?
All right, and Captain, what's our alert status?
Yellow alert.
Can we pick up anything on long range sensors?
All hands, yellow alert. All hands, yellow alert. As you're hit it. Shields come up. You're at yellow alert. For the sensor scan, this is going to be a long one because as you are over a light year away and there's some heavy resistance. Reason, science. Oof. Yeah, at this range, Ains reason, science, diffsys, complication, 3. Most part of that is from the range, and part of that is just the interference at the location. In fact, most of that's probably the interference.
What did the message say?
Well, we get to increase the difficulty to 5 because of the sensor.
Yep. Yep.
Does this count as?
Yep. This is new scene.
I'm going to direct and back my pike metal.
All right.
So
Oh.
you have +2 successes.
Oh, that's helpful.
You get Patterson to assist.
You can certainly do that.
Have not done ship sensor yet today, so
Not yet.
and you got play 6. You're doing it intentionally because of the theory to practice it.
No, I have my reasons. The math makes sense eventually.
Yeah. Alright, I'm not complaining. We got plenty of help here. Alright, 1 momentum for an extra dice. And sensor operations focus.
Absolutely. And ship sensor or science. And did you want Patterson to assist?
Yes.
All right.
enough right there.
Two. Six. All right. You reach out with the sensors. Era's trying to pull up this information. It appears that the Rampart is engaged in combat with 4 or 5 similar scale ships, and there's a large asteroid that they're orbiting around. This asteroid appears to be the source of all the interference.
They're engaged in combat with 4 or 5 of the same scale as the Rampart,
Yep.
which is 5.
Yep.
This will be fun.
This is gonna be really fun.
Oh, so we have to go save the Rampart's ass?
Where's the Ecliptic?
The Ecliptic is still a couple hours behind you. Do you notify the Ecliptic?
Yes.
Someone make me a control engineering roll. I'll diff 2 assisted by comms engineering to get that message out. Oh, comms engineering.
L usually does come, so I can try it.
Yeah, either Elle can do it, Ross can also do this, or Bailey can do it from her console.
Who's doing it?
I'll do it.
Okay, go ahead.
Whatever.
Go ahead. Subspace theory.
Not really. This is I'm looking more for communications or comm systems.
That's what subspace theory is.
Increase comp.
Let's buy 1 die.
With threat or momentum?
Momentum.
All right.
Oh.
Oh, wow.
Wow. Watch that.
All right.
Next time we
Unless
should let supporting character do.
yeah, unless you have a reroll, you're unable to get comms out at this time.
I'll do the assist instead of Patterson.
You could do the assist.
There we go.
Let's squash that.
Yep, that's been quashed. And generate 1 more. Finally you get a crackling message. It's out. Now, this is the Ecliptic coming in. I see that anti-stress signal.
They can't.
Calder, you have the Ecliptic on the horn.
Has the message been sent, GM?
Yeah, message been sent. What's the content?
I think the person should decide that.
Okay, what's the content of the message?
I thought we were getting them like on subspace.
Yeah, they're on the horn. So, hello.
Yeah,
Current-
you talk to that. them because you dialed the number and have the phone over your ear.
Okay. I'll patch it through to the big screen.
Okay, wait, gotta
Someone
give
answer the
you-
damn call already.
I'll transfer it to me if people are struggling.
Okay, fine.
Okay, well, I've taken the call, I guess. Ecliptic. This is the Svalinn. We have detected that the USS Rampart is in combat with 5, right?
4
Jim?
4 to 5.
4 to 5 unknown vessels. We are rerouting to engage. We suggest you increase speed if possible and assist. Transferring our sensor scans to you now. I'll send them the details.
Yep, you have a line open to them, you can send them the details. Okay, and at that, they will make all best possible speed to get to you. Any last minute things we want to do before our Maldon makes the roll to warp in?
Captain, I suggest we go to red alert before we enter the system, giving our people enough time to get into positions and prepare for combat.
To get our fighter operational and prepared to launch.
Agreed.
We could do that.
Can I press the red alert button? I want to press the red alert button.
Captain, are we pushing the red alert button?
Yes, we got a lit.
Oh man, what's the deal? What's the deal with my buttons not working?
I heard red alert noise.
I did not. I don't know what's going on. Things being weird.
I heard it through somebody's microphone.
That was my mate.
All right. Ship is at red alert to deploy the fighters. Or at least like get them staged that way they can be deployed right away when you jump in.
Yes. Where we'll
Maldon,
have
that'd be Control Con Diff 3 assisted by Communications Con.
Control Con, Diff 3, we're going to divide 2 dice. First one's going to be with threat, second one's going to be with momentum.
Got it.
GM, that message to the Ecliptic, could I have said one more thing?
Yeah.
Rolling.
I'll just tell them to pass the message along to command because we seem to be having interference, and they're
Yep,
farther
they
away
can-
from the interference source.
Yep, they could do that.
Good. Then if we die, somebody knows what happened.
Yeah, and that's pretty standard protocol.
Yeah.
All right. Fighters are scrambled, and basically as soon as you drop in, and the fighter squadron can be deployed.
Well,
And one last roll. Control Con on Diff 2 assisted by Engines Con. And this determines how fast you can get onto the scene before, things go tits up.
You got this, Maldon.
Go ahead and buy a 1 dice with threat.
All right.
can I call Zorgar up to the bridge?
You may. Yeah.
So he have him. I'm not gonna activate him yet, but so he's here.
All right. Gain 1 momentum as you punch in the course.
That's 2 momentum, ain't it? It's only a diff 2.
Oh, it was the 2. My bad. I math occasionally. Captain, on your order.
Aren't we already warping?
I was waiting for like a dramatic moment of you saying engage or something to jump to warp.
Sorry, I don't have my warp catchphrase yet.
All right, insert warp catchphrase.
I don't have one. Do I look like Jean-Luc, Burnham, Kirk?
I don't know. I was trying to give you a moment.
You're going more the Saru route. Can't quite get it right.
Hit it. Yes.
I mean, he was at least he's gonna slightly help with Tilly.
All right.
Oh, this is a mess. These are not Nausicaan.
You warp in, and indeed, these are not Nausicaans. And let's see if my other combat music works. Why
Unknown
are
vessel. To be alien.
Yes, these are unknown vessels. You warp in, and on top of them. Let's get you. All right, and can you see the auras? You should be able to see auras.
Yeah, we see him.
Okay. Blue aura is the messed up sensor range. Sensors within the blue
Can't
aura.
see a blue aura. Can't see a blue aura.
Oh, we see the red, not the blue.
We only see the
Okay.
ship's combat auras.
Rar. I try to set this up.
And we found out that the interference was coming from the asteroid, correct?
Maybe could be coming from the ships, but asteroid's kind of the
Looks
fun
like-
one here.
Right.
right.
And what scale's the asteroid for question's sake? Curiosity?
Scale 7-ish.
Okay.
God, that's a lot of big ships.
Oh,
By
don't-
sensors, you mean only sensors task, right? Or like
that
anything
includes
uses
weapons.
sensors? Ah, fudge. Okay.
All right.
I want to use, since you gave me the favor back earlier, I'm going to use it to have sent a piggyback message to the engineer friend to see if he can pump out the engines to get the ecliptic here faster.
They may certainly do that. Using your favor, they'll get here at the top of the round. Move to back. There we go.
Go perfect.
All right. You can jump in on this side of the map. Do you want to be engagement range with green or blue?
Let's go with the green.
Green it is. Oops.
How about here?
That works.
Actually, could we go back where we were? And
I don't
just
know.
move us up one, like right. Oh, there.
Right there.
That's medium with this guy? Not quite.
Yeah, that's meeting with that guy.
Yeah,
Okay,
but I
cool.
also want to be cinematically in visual
Okay.
other ramparts so they see us.
Well,
They
They don't have
yeah, they're
windows.
kind of at orbit where they can't see you.
Yeah. Okay, that works too. Well, if
Yep.
we're gonna go there, let's go here, so I can maybe do spread. I'm an area.
Area. All right.
Captain, maybe you should give them an intimidating speech.
You drop into system. All of these. Curiously enough, all of these ships seem to be firing on the rampart for some reason.
Shocker.
Actually, no, not yet. We'll save that for later.
Do we need to take a turn to launch the fighters, or was that what that prep action was?
That was the prep action for. As soon as you drop out, warp the fighters launch. And you can have them either in defensive defensive configuration, which will give you 3 challenge dice of cover, or offensive configuration, which give you +2 bonus momentum on attacks.
Oh, that's the one we're using. Okay, dope.
Which configuration would they be in?
Let's do offensive.
Because we can switch as a minor, right? Or what is it?
It's a full action.
Full action. Okay.
But 2.
I like offensive, but I'm selfish like that.
Offensive configuration they're in. All right, as the fighters deploy, get into offensive configuration. It is player's turn. Who's on first?
Yeah, guess you or does someone when I play Zogor?
Unless you want to scan for weakness first.
Scan for your scan for weakness is going to be really hard, and I want to try something to try to make that easier.
Okay.
Yeah, because thing gets the extra difficulty.
Yeah.
Yep,
I'm
plus
gonna,
3 diff.
I'm going to
because
try
of-
something to make that simpler.
All right, go for it. What's your plan?
I want to target the asteroid with a full spread of quantum torpedoes.
Rude.
That's why I wanted to be over here.
That is rude.
No, it's tactical.
Okay.
It's rude to them. Yes.
Well, rude to the game master too.
Well, he knows.
All
I'm
right,
not
so
then, it's fine.
full spread. That's automatically full
2
spread
threat,
quantums
3
3
threat.
threat.
Yep.
That is going to be
Diff 6, I
control.
believe.
Control security.
Well, no, because torpedoes are optimal at long range.
Yeah, but it's plus 3 diff from the sensors.
Yep.
Yeah, for the
And
sensor.
torpedoes are standard 3 diff.
Yep. So this is diff 6.
I got it. I definitely have a value here. I'm gonna trigger.
It's an asteroid. What do you need sensors for?
I'm just waiting for you to say. I'd like to use
2.
my
4.
I'm gonna use my value. Screw that asteroid now.
No. Use the value.
You need the sensors. You can. It's a fire and forget. You point and shoot.
Yeah, but it's
You still need a lock.
it's still a mechanical.
Yeah.
I still have to make the check.
All right.
Use the
What value?
Great shot, kid. 1 in a million.
I'm just saying. If you don't use targeting sensors, there wouldn't be a plus 3 difficulty.
And then that's not going to work. So we have the challenge on the table.
Would that not work?
I'm gonna trigger my Starcross.
All right.
Because hopefully this will be the last diff 6 roll I have to make if this goes well.
Maybe.
I am going to give you 1 threat and take 2 momentum.
1 threat, 2 momentum. I did spend threat to increase your comp range because rude.
2 with
Rude back.
To comp 3.
Okie day.
And what value are you? Are you
Serving Starfleet is a family tradition, or expect the unexpected. Never compromise, never surrender.
Yeah, this asteroid's kind of unexpected.
Boom. That was bad. We rolled a 0. Better.
And the ship.
That's my 6. Somebody grab the ship from me, please.
Yes.
Let me check those. Stupid Starcross.
2, 3.
Starcross doesn't work on the ship, does it? It's not your roll.
It's your roll.
Yeah, okay.
That's 5 on the table.
I used my determination at 7.
Oh, you did use determination. Okay.
Yeah, I did. And my trait Careful Shot wouldn't have mattered, would it? I didn't think about it.
That would bring down the comp, but yeah, you're still in comp range.
Yep. But I re-rolled that anyway.
Yep.
That's the hit.
That is a hit. Roll damage.
And with the shuttles, I get 2 momentum to add to damage and damage effects. Is that right?
Yeah. Two floating momentum on the attack. You can use that for an advantage or whatever you would like.
Perfect. Standard damage on a quantum is what, 5?
It's 4 plus 2 security and then +1 and for or torpedo spread.
Right, photons are 3. I don't think our sheet was adjusted. And rolling. That is... There we go. That is amazing. 2, 4,
Ouch.
6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15.
Alright.
I'm gonna spend those 2 bonus momentum already for a devastating attack.
This is
So let's
rude.
throw more breaches on there.
That
Alright.
sounds very devastating.
15. Okay, so 15 damage base.
Yes. I'm
'Cause
gonna
now I
throw...
have to do math.
Yeah, this is the fun part. You said
Okay.
it was scale 7?
Yep.
Okay, so they probably have a resistance of 7, 8, or 9.
Surprisingly, a rock does not go boom.
Yeah.
But all right, so 9. Wolf. Okay. And
and-
that's a devastating attack. So
And high yield, so that's an additional breach.
so that is 3 breaches. 3
Does
breaches.
high yield also do half damage?
No, high yield just says if you get a breach, you get another breach. And
Okay,
devastating
attack is half damage.
half damage, rolling it up.
Rounded up.
Okay. So
8 or 7?
Well, what's that? 3 breaches altogether?
If the high yield, if the devastating doesn't trigger a breach, I'll throw that our last momentum on there for a piercing GM, or piercing 2.
okay.
To try to cause a
Devastating does not trigger a breach, but
I'll
with
throw
the-
our last momentum to pierce of resistance 2.
that will get another breach.
Perfect.
All right. Why am I doing it on here?
You
It
have
has
table,
no
right?
shield.
Huh? It doesn't have shields.
It does?
As far as it does not.
Yeah,
Well, that's
what I'm
another
saying.
breach.
It's an asteroid, so it's got no shields.
Okay.
No shield is another
we'll
breach, but you know.
Yeah, it doesn't quite work like that. So, because there's things happening in background.
I imagine.
So there's like the first. Goodness, why did I do it this way? I should have just rolled it on the actual table.
Yeah.
1, 2,
Ooh, come on.
3,
Computers.
4.
If I would have realized this was a ship, I would have specifically targeted. Or, you know.
You can't sub-target an asteroid,
That's what I was thinking.
but
But then again, an asteroid's not going to have a computer or engines either.
But we don't know any of this is happening. 3 structure breaches. That's fun.
on an asteroid. That's exactly what we needed, though.
for 2 momentum, you can have a pushback to the blue ship.
And guess what attack pattern gives us? 2 bonus momentum.
Didn't you already use that for the?
I use that on devastating.
Yeah, use that already for devastating. All right, as you fire on
I
the ship.
Ooh. Oh, we don't have enough momentum.
Yep.
Can I ban my Medal of Honor?
You did not roll on this attack, so no.
I will, you know what? I feel like this. We can have some fun with this.
All right. Swift task or keep?
I'm gonna swift task with a determination.
So burning a milestone?
Yeah.
To what value?
Not much room for discourse. Expect the unexpected. I expect it to blow up.
Yep.
Or you're trying to cause the unexpected.
All over again. Same thing. All over again.
Spending to threat to triggers or something. I need you to make a fitness science roll. Diff 4.
Fitness science for me.
Yep, for you. Or whoever's pulling the trigger on this.
And it has to be science.
Yep.
Shit. Diff 4. Ugh. Gotta go.
I think it was
badly.
Diff 4. Let me double check. Yep, Diff 4.
Do I get the advantages for our inhibitors?
Diff 3.
Go. Now it's possible. Focus in no. Unless people reading works to realize it's an illusion or whatever's happening.
People reading will not trigger.
Dope. Take 3 threat.
I'll take 1 and spend 2 to increase the difficulty back to 4.
Okay.
Do you have rerolls?
Yeah.
Have you
For
used
another milestone.
have you used a milestone to resist psionic attacks?
Yeah.
Okay.
My last milestone from the when we were dealing with the these guys, probably the mushrooms.
Yep. To what value?
Actually, I'm not gonna roll.
You're just gonna let
The
it?
chances of me getting 3 successes when I'm rolling a 10 is not worth my milestone.
Okay.
Well, you can roll any number of dice in the pot.
Yeah.
But he's
But
only rolling
I'd
a
have
10.
To get,
Yeah.
I have to get 1 on each of those dice, or it just doesn't matter.
Okay. Well,
Actually, no. Well, only 2 of them need to be. Oh no, they had to go back up.
he went back up.
Yeah.
Doesn't spend
Ow.
2 threat he sent me.
Okay.
Okay.
He's
Well, with that, you go to target the asteroid again, and you see in the far side of the sensors, just visually, you see this blue ship is making an attack right on the rampart. And you feel a very strong urge to attack this ship. You need to focus on getting this ship before it destroys the rampart.
Okay.
That is imperative. That is your prime directive.
Okay. Is that still same range band?
It's +1 diff, but you feel really determined to make this shot. I will give you a determination, and you have +2 to hit this.
I take it.
Yeah, +2 to hit.
The GM does not want me to blow up his asteroid.
For
No, he
reasons.
doesn't.
But yeah, this is close, mid, long, string 1.
I think you're getting close. He's getting nervous about it.
I know.
Which is why I had to
don't-
pull my trigger.
I say shoot the asteroid anyways.
I don't
can't.
think I can.
He can't, because he failed that roll. Oh, he physically cannot.
Okay.
Plus weapons.
Commanded. Okay. It's a -1 diff 2 because I ignore the swift, what is it?
Oh, because you have fire at will?
Yes, there you
Yeah.
go. Thank you. I can word. I'm going to target their.
Which reminds me, she need a rampart sheet. Okay.
What do I want to target? Weapons? No, I want to
Reactor?
kill them. We'll target engines for power loss.
Okay.
Definitely with focus.
What weapon are you using?
Torpedoes again.
Okay, so that'd be diff 6, but yeah, brought down to diff 5 because of your
Because
swift
it's
fire.
even higher than that with phasers, right? Because they were at
Yeah.
like long 2. Yeah. Torpedoes again. I was already spreading, so let's keep it.
All right.
FYI, guys, he's gonna get a lot of threat in this episode, in this combat.
Oh,
It's
that's
fun.
fine. This is fun.
Yeah, I agree.
All right.
1 momentum and 2 threat. That's everything I got. This.
All right.
Cause you can't aim starships, can you?
Nope. I wouldn't say with torpedoes, maybe with phasers.
Yeah. And
But
there's no minor actions that would help me here, so that's it. I'm gonna
All
roll.
right, go for it.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, indeed.
4, 5, 6, 7.
Can somebody grab the ship for me? Web security. Come on. Come on, ship. No, you like shooting people. See.
8. All right. 3 momentum.
That's a lot of success.
3 momentum generated. Go ahead and roll me that damage. Would you
Ew.
like to use one of your float from your
Yes.
fighters to reroll that? All right.
Yes. 5.
Doesn't spread allow us to hit 2 targets?
This is no spread is additional damage. You're thinking area.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yep.
That's the wrong button. My bad.
All right. So, what's my base damage?
4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16.
Base is 16. Total damage is ow.
And that's
Uh,
also going to be piercing 3, I believe. Let me check.
Okay. So that's 1 breach, 2 breach.
13 base.
Oh wait, no, I don't have that talent anymore.
13 base. Okay.
Hold on. Let me double check.
No, we have vicious.
It's vicious. Yeah.
16.
Okay. Base 16
sorry,
and then
bro.
piercing 2. Okay.
Uh-huh.
And
I'm
then
gonna spend their last. And that
and then
piercing was from the momentum.
Okay, piercing from a momentum, and then the spread. It hits again.
Yeah, for half, round it up.
Okay.
Which if that doesn't breach them again, I'll add some piercing on that. I'll add another
That does
piercing.
breach him again.
Then I won't bother.
Okay, so that is 4
No,
breaches.
I will bother. I'll spend 2 more in that devastating to make them have more breaches.
Okay, devastating just adds yet and
It's
that'd
half
be
damage again.
half damage again. Shields drop. They're bear hauls. That's another two breaches. So that's 6 breaches is already 1,
And
2,
ooh,
3, 4, 5, 6.
1,
Did I get 6?
2, 3, 4. 4 structure. Oh yeah, baby.
Oh. Oh, that's a bad day. That
No, that's
oh,
a great day. Four
Oh,
structures,
mistakes were made. Mistakes were
one
made.
sensor. They should. I should have targeted the bad guy. The
Let's double check what force structure does.
Yes, please.
For a scale 5 ship, they are in bad shape.
They are in really bad shape. Can someone roll me 4 challenge dice, please? For reasons.
Who's the
Somebody
last
I got you.
Price?
Yeah, that's not the captain
Calder,
roll.
go ahead.
Oh, yes. There goes that important NPC.
Okay,
structure breaches.
this is okay. This is okay. This is bad. Yeah.
bad
As
for
your torpedoes lance out across the stars, as you pound the ship to the ground. There's hull breaches. There's hull breaches all across this thing. Oh,
What do we see?
yeah, hull breaches across the ship. It crumples and starts delisting, but it is now. Unless you want to keep initiative, they'll take a turn.
Do we have quick action?
You do have.
Yes, we do.
You do quick
Hey,
action.
Author,
Yes.
Author. How about just say we blew off one of the nacelles off that ship and take yourself a threat for it?
Nope. I'm fine.
No?
That would be breaches is to engines to take off a nacelle, but
Yeah,
I'm fine.
Yeah, you got plenty of threat. I just thought for the roleplay option of using a nacelle would be cool.
Oh shit. Oh well.
All right. Who's taking next turn? Let's keep the initiative rolling.
Hey Calder, you want to direct?
How about Maldon with his fighter wing?
I'm pretty sure I'm piloting the ship.
Yeah, the fighter
you're
wing's an advantage.
The fighter wing's an advantage and it's already up, but you could maneuver the ship if somewhere or do an attack pattern and get +1 on difficulty to hit something. Or Calder could direct, or
I'm greedy, but I think a direct would be a lot of fun.
Yeah, let's do a direct. Yeah, I'm going to direct you or Zogar.
We are both equally capable. But I believe you'd have to activate him.
you do have 1 activation left.
Yeah, we have the same roles. Well, he's actually a little bit better at me, but yeah.
With Zogar, he has the precision targeting, which gives him +1 pierce when using weapons.
I got
Okay.
rid of that because he had it.
All right. So Zogar directed. What's his direction?
Let's phase it green.
Phaser on green. Still a difficult task because the sensors, but
And you will also use a minute to engage the aim.
that will work since you're using phasers. That makes sense to me.
Are they in area range or no? With each other?
They're not in area range with each other.
Sad.
Yeah, base 2, still diff 5. Okay.
Does the ship's fast targeting help?
You can target a subsystem in for free.
Yeah, let's target weapons.
Targeting their weapons, aye.
Give me a second, let me pull up a sheet. You gotta spend a momentum for your 3rd dice. No, cancel that threat. Activate bold.
All right, 1 threat for 3rd dice. Okay. Oof. Command. You just make it. All right, roll phaser damage, and you get 4 float. 2 from the raid, 2 from the fighters.
Let's pump some power in there. Let's pump 2 power.
Yes.
2 power, Aaron phasers, aye. So 2 extra challenge dice and roll.
Going to re-roll with a versatile.
Okay.
And treat the phaser as having 1 pierce.
Okay.
2, 4, 6, 7.
Good reroll.
All right, so what's my base damage?
13 pierce 3.
13 in pierce. There's 3. Oof.
And we'll
Okay.
spend 2 to do that devastating attack or whatever it is that adds half damage.
Yep. So
And
you
it's
have
got
1
spread on it, right?
so you have 1 float on it. Okay, so let me count out my breaches. +5 or more. Drop the shields, and then you're doing spread, so 2 more breaches, and then devastating would be 2 more.
3, because their shields are down.
3.
Right.
1. No, it's 2 because it's 1
2,
hit.
Yep.
Yeah, 1. Yeah, 1 damage on Bear Hall, and then 5 or more damage. So
I forgot spread doesn't apply to devastating. Yep.
yeah, just instantly you shred this ship in half, and it detonates.
Oh, so blue was a player ship. Okay. We killed the boss. We killed the leader, the commander.
Very interesting in the fact that your phasers, even though this is a scale 5 ship, give me someone either a tactical or command, give me a insight security diff 2.
Can I use insight command?
Yep. This is a free roll just to notice something.
I'm gonna spend a momentum.
Okay. You gain it back. And all right, so both of you notice at the same time. 1 and 1, so that's 2 momentum generated. That phaser went through that ship a lot easier than you expected. This is a scale 5 ship. You kind of expect like there's some sort of bulk to the ship. Just cut through it like butter. Yeah. This was almost, I was like, this is cheaply made. Or it could be a psionic illusion. But that phaser strike went through that ship a lot easier than you expected. Calder, would you like to swift? You could, yeah, you could do like a general battle plan and to give it an advantage, or a rally or something.
I'm good.
Okay.
Now it's their turn.
This ship is actively going to turn around and move. It's moving away. And this ship is going to turn around and engage.
Wow, are they using some high power turns?
Huh?
I'm just curious. Them turning around in the opposite direction like that. That takes some high power turns.
It's like engaging reverse thrusters. And I'm going. Hit 2 to Swift. Spending a dice to get an extra dice. This is going to be
That's like
oh, that's on the wrong ship.
Right there.
All right, I'll have to fuss with that later. This is weapon security. You know what? I have the dice. I have the threat. Let's add some more. And this is gonna be fun. And for you, diff 2 to hit. Oh no!
Oh, they're not affected by their own sensor jamming? Damn.
No. Oh,
Shocker.
I mean, you gotta give them. You gotta quash it.
That's a good thing, though.
I can't quash it. I'm going to say that the shot does go off, but they get a breach on their weapon systems as it backfires. So their
Wow,
weapon
they
systems
cheaply made.
temporarily down. 4 breaches in
Well, that's good. They
structure.
can't shift fast.
And then more breach sensors. Okay. I put the breaches on the wrong ship. There we go. And now for the. Oh, that should have been +1. Undiff. So okay, I just made it. Because these are cannons, not phasers. Not arrays. But Tetrion disruptor cannons.
Oh dear God.
So all right, so that is 1
Oh, the
17, I believe.
that is 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17. That is 17 base damage.
-4, and that's 13. That's exactly a shield.
Okay, so that is at least 2 breaches on you. And 1 2
Wait.
3 4
Oh
5
no,
6.
we lost a shield.
Yeah, that's why it's
No. Your ship is now shrouded in Tetrion on cloud, and on top of the sensor array, you have +6 difficulty to sensors until
Okay.
the next turn.
Okay, so
As these weapons
Lord.
just crash across your sensor array, and everything just goes to static.
Wait, is that an additional +6 or just
That's an additional +6. It's using their weapons, so it is +9 difficulty to see anything,
A blind.
Oh my gosh.
unless you can find a way to clear the debuff. So this would be the time for some creative engineering.
I have an idea.
And let's roll all those damage systems.
Yeah, let's not take a lot of hits to engine, please.
That's 2 hits to inch. No. 1 hit engine, 1 hit structure. I overclicked. Good thing you cleared that.
Oh,
Yeah.
It is now player's turn.
I absolutely agree.
You
Okay,
are blind as a bat, and you are in a fight.
Roll your
see
challenge
if-
dice.
Okay, I have an idea, L.
L has not gone yet.
I'm all
See if we could use the rampart sensors to be our eyes.
Or the fighters.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
Fighters.
got
Another way to piss off the Ramparts captain. Let's do it.
You're unable to due to the comms being scattered, you're unable to get a sensor lock between the two of you. You're not going to be able to share air sensors between you and the rampart. You and the fighters, maybe. Another option is give me an insight science and diff 3 really quickly. I might offer her a second idea.
Insight science?
Yep, diff 3. Okay, maybe putting as an effect was terrible. Momentum or threat? Yeah, 4 momentum. All right.
Would research, subspace theory, or sensor operations apply?
Any of those. Yep, you have a focus.
Okay.
And this counts for free.
Okay.
Gain that momentum back. Okay, so this looks terrible, but you realize these are tetrions, which are terrible to deal with. However, you could configure the deflector array to send out a pulse, and you can remove the tetrions from your sensor array. And that would remove the entire debuff.
And I direct it at the asteroid so that it would emit that debuff continuously?
No, this is just to get the tetrions off your sensor array, off your hull. It won't travel beyond your shield bubble.
What shield bubble?
Exactly.
My next spotlight, I'm giving us advanced shields, guys. No disrespect, so I won't bother.
But that's an idea. You could tie the sensors to the shuttle and kind of see through them, since they haven't been targeted. Or if you have any other crazy idea to get rid of these tetrions.
I have a crazy idea, but it doesn't get rid of the tetrions.
Okay, what's crazy idea?
Would we be able to send out like a pulse or something that would, like, I'm gonna try to technobabble here, flip the harmonic oscillation of the +3 difficulty scattering field to also affect the enemies?
That could also be a thing.
Because I'm pretty sure that would nearly cripple them, since they're NPCs.
Possibly. L, what's your idea? What do you want to do with this?
I like his idea.
Okay. So flip the harmonics. I'm going to say, hey, that's going to take 2 power to pull that off.
Okay.
And this is going to be.
We can worry about our debuff afterwards. Let's prevent them from hitting us.
Yep. Diff 3. Yeah, let's do diff 3. Increase complication because you're using the deflector dish in a non-standard manner. And then
evasive maneuvers on steroids from a science perspective.
Yep. So daring science, diff 3, complication 2, assisted by structure science.
Daring science. Have you ever let me do a daring science roll before?
Not yet, but this fits as you are faced with this situation. Like, I gotta think of something fast. I am shortcutting the math.
All right. Complication 2. We're using the sensors. So testing a theory.
You're not using the sensors. Using the deflector dish. So So that doesn't proc.
Deflector dish is a sensor.
No, it's not. It's a particle fountain, and it moves stuff out of the way. It does not.
Subspace snowplow.
It's a subspace snowplow. It does not operate anything like a sensor array. And right now, you're basically using your alternator as a brake.
We have momentum. I suggest you take it.
Yep. Take all the momentum you need.
If you have daring, bold, give him a threat.
I'm trying to think about my focus. So, subspace theory.
Subspace theory, yeah.
All right. At least that I got that going for me. How can I use a milestone? Is it basically just a next determination?
Yeah, you burn a milestone and to get a point of determination, but you would have to call back onto a previous episode where you did something equivalent to this, where you used the deflector dish.
I have done crazy shit with the deflector dish multiple times.
Such as?
Blowing up sensor pings.
Okay, I'll let that fly. You can burn a milestone and to get determination.
Alright. Burn one. Alright.
And assist.
Value.
You could assist if you want. That would take your turn though, or at least one of your turns. That would still take a.
Throughout the handbook and wrote my own.
Okay. Ross, that would still take a player's turn to get an assistance.
I would. You might want to save yours for getting our shields back up.
Right.
Because we're going to be in really bad trouble if we don't have shields.
All right. You have a milestone kicked in, and are you purchasing additional dice?
Purchased one, but I thought, yeah.
Momentum or threat?
Momentum.
All right. So third dice is your third dice is determination. Fourth dice is momentum. You may roll. Oh, we're ready.
And to top it off, I have my last medal. Let's do the Conquered Medal of Honor. Once permission when. Oh wait, no, I already used that one. That was the 2 benefits. Never mind.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. The Starfleet Exploration Division decoration. So reduce the difficulty by 1 when using a science or contest.
That should be. Yeah, that works. All right, so diff and structure science from the ship.
Can someone get the ship?
I got it.
Get 5 hits on a diff 2 already.
Yep. Smart. All right. Generate 3 momentum as the deflector dish flares up and boosh. As you invert this as Tetrion on field, to it will affect their sensors as well. They are now at a +3 difficulty to hit you. Would you like to, if Swift Task can do something else?
Oh yeah.
All right.
Definitely.
What would you like to do?
Seeing what our security officer was trying to do, I was going to hop to the secondary tactical console and shoot at the asteroid.
The secondary.
That's got Zogar
Yeah,
on it.
that already has Zogar on it, but you could use your turn to roll for him.
You just use his stats instead of yours.
Yeah, you use his stats.
Yeah, that's fine. We can do that.
Okay. Shoot at the asteroid. Unfortunately, you still have the plus. You still didn't solve your sensor problem, so you are rolling at a +9.
Your diff is a 12.
Your diff is a 12. Unless you can solve that issue.
You might want to spin your swift test to try to get rid of the diff 6.
It's not going to be diff 6 to get rid of the Tetrion debuff. I will say that.
A 7 or 8 might be possible, but a 12, it's not happening.
Yeah, but the question is, how do we deal with it, though?
You tell
can
me.
do the deflector pulse like he said earlier.
Yeah, you can and use a targeted deflector or pulse to clear the Tetrions from your hull.
We could do part of what was talked about earlier, slaving the fighter
Or that.
sensors to the ship.
Yeah, recalibrate the shields to clear that debuff.
We got no shields.
The next question is what shield?
Yeah, we have no shields.
You could do
well,
that. You could do that and set it up so when you get shields up, basically set up an advantage that when you get the shields up, you can push the Tetrions away from your hull, and that would work. But it won't. But it won't come into effect until your shields come back on. I will allow that.
That's not bad.
Elle, what would you like to do?
This is a sensor issue.
This is
Right.
sensors, correct. Your sensors are basically all gummed up with Tetrions. It's pocket sand. You got pocket sand in your eyes.
Pocket hand.
How about take the turn, and just purge the sensors of all the Tetrion particles. Basically, do a cold reset on all the sensors. Shut it all off. Turn it back on.
It won't be shut off, turn back on, but you could do a system purge for sure.
Yeah. Let's do that.
All right. Control science diff 3. Let's increase your comp a bit. All right. Control science assisted by sensor science diff 3 comp 3. Would you like to purchase additional dice?
Buy one dice with momentum.
Got it.
Advanced sensor suite drops difficulty by 1.
Yep. Diff 2.
This has to do with sensors. Sensor
You do have a
operations.
focus. Yep.
So let's just run with that.
Go ahead.
Come on, roll 20. Don't be a pain.
And Ash, if you can roll the ship.
Sure.
All right. 2. Do we have 3 momentum? 3 momentum. As this is actually a fairly standard thing. You've never seen it this bad before, but there actually is a subroutine to basically flush the sensors of Tetrion particles, and you just run that a bit quicker than normal, but you do manage to flush it out, and now you are a standard +3 difficulty into sensors. As you flush all the Tetrions out. And that debuff is gone. Would you like to keep...
So that,
Yep. Would you like to keep? Keep initiative. All right. Rust or Maldone?
I'll work on regenerating the shields.
Sounds good. I got lost in what I was doing. There we go. Regenerating shields, I believe.
Control engineering.
Control engineering, diff 1, diff 2. Yep, control engineering and difficulty 2 to regenerate shields. Assisted by structure engineering.
Also have a focus in deflector shield technology. Will that help?
That will help. Generate one momentum, and Ash, if you could roll that ship.
Is it 2 for 1 for this? Or is it 1 to 1? I think it's 1 to 1.
2 to 1. Alright, you have... Yep, you managed to get that up. You have 6 momentum. So that gives you plus 2 shields. Yeah, plus 2 shields at the moment. You can spend 1 momentum for 2 extra shields.
Or should I just spend 2 more momentum?
Yes.
Or just drop the whole thing. 2 more momentum. That gives you plus 4. So 6 shields total. Would you like to spend more? Get your shields all the way back up to full?
How much momentum we got?
You have 4 momentum remaining.
It takes 3 momentum to get us up to 1 less than full.
Okay.
We need to put, yeah.
We'll do that.
Alright. That gives you plus 12 shields. As roster in engineering, and the shields L's buckle. L thankfully he clears the sensor array, and you reroute power to the shield generators and boost them back up to full.
Am I able to take another action?
For 1 momentum, 1 threat, I can and have you do another action.
Okay, I'll take that.
Okay, what would you like to do?
I would like to telepathically reach out to the closest ship and see if I can get an idea of who they are and what their motivations are.
That could be fun. Say diff 3. There's gonna be a complication 3 on this. So, Insight Command. Difficulty 3, complication 3, and that complication is just because you're also engineering. You're trying to get the shields back up. You're also doing this other stuff, so you can't really spend time meditating in the corner trying to reach out to other minds. But you can certainly try.
Would the focus of other cultures being interesting be applicable? I'm sorry, the value, I mean?
Yeah. This is an interesting culture. You could do that.
Does that reduce the difficulty or anything?
You can use that to get basically you get plus 2 hits on it. You get 1 die that's automatically a 1.
Gotcha.
So Inside Command, would you like to purchase or not?
Nah, I should have.
Oof. You do succeed. Do you have a means of getting rid of that complication? Reroll or anything of that nature?
Looking.
Oh, that's mean.
Can I use bold engineering?
This is an engineering roll, and you didn't spend and threat on it.
Should have written this down, but I can't find it offhand. Legion of Honor award.
Can someone look that up? What's Legion of Honor?
Legion of Honor is to ignore a single complication suffered on a task.
That would do it.
There we go.
Oof, that would have been fun. Yep. As you let Leaf take over, you step back, concentrate on the nearest ship. I'm just gonna whisper this to you. Whisper this on Discord.
Oh, you don't want to share the class?
He'll have to tell the rest of the class.
Show and tell, come on.
That is the rough impression of what you get.
The class is listening.
Ross to Bridge. I was just using my telepathic abilities to see if I can get into what's going on out there. They're testing us. They're curious. They're trying to see if we're up to a match, how good we are. Is this a mine like I've encountered before?
It is
Or
equivalent to
something-
what you've countered before. Slightly more sophisticated. Not like another evolutionary jump, but older, wiser, more refined.
Captain, my suggestion is we beat their test. And their asses.
It is their turn. Yep, the ship is just gonna go in. The ship's gonna close in, and it is going to attempt to fire on the rampart. I need the battle cruiser. Focus, yes. 2 dice.
Does it want
Yeah.
to go one more closer to use its cannons?
Oh yeah, it actually can go in one more closer and use cannons. I'll just spend a power for that. And
remember your +3 difficulty increase?
+3 diff, so this is a +5 to hit, so oof. That kind of screws things up. 1, 2, 3. I'll at least do plus.
No, it would be quite a shame if the rampart got blown up.
It really would be.
Funny you say that, but other reasons. Come on. And there is a command ship that can help. Communications.
Isn't that guy dead though?
You say that, but
I'm just hoping.
yes. Okay. They do manage to hit. Now here's the fun part.
Oh dear lord.
I am going to spend a threat and re-roll. 1, 2.
You're gonna re-roll the 1 die.
Hold on, just a moment. 1, 2, 3. How many is that? 5. That's 5 plus 2 is 12. I'm re-rolling 11.
Okay.
Hey, look, guys, our shields are back up. Oh, there they go again.
This is directed at the rampart. Shoot. All right, so 1, So 2,
You
4,
were trying
6.
to do less damage, and you did slightly less damage.
Hold on. 6, 8, 10, 12. Oh.
He was shooting for effects.
He got plenty of effects, so that wouldn't have made that much of a difference.
L, hold on a second.
Feeling... Yeah.
All right, so that is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16.
It's a
Minus
reroll.
3 is 13.
You can't count everything from both of them. Get a
Nope, I'm
reroll.
just doing the one, but oh wait, what am I doing? They're not they don't have vicious. Do they? No, they do have vicious.
So the rampart, is their token not right?
Huh? No, it looks right. That's what you see. But
I was just looking at their sheet and they had no shields.
Oh
now they
crap!
don't,
You can't
but
say that.
Yeah, now
Yeah,
they
the
don't
tokens-
have it.
Token's not right. That's at least 2 breaches. But yeah, you do notice that someone on the bridge give me insight, command, or security diff 3.
Take a bet.
As in multiple people or just one person?
Just one person.
Inside command.
Yep.
Are you rolling that under the seagulls?
Yeah, that threat spend to scoop the dice and re-roll the hits. That was weird. They're holding back. They're pulling their punches. They're not hitting as hard as they could, and they're trying to very carefully not swing for the fences with this.
They didn't do that to us, so something about the Ren's part specifically.
Not necessarily.
What was the difficulty of this again? 2 or 3?
It was 3.
Ah.
Because you're just kind of catching glimpses of this from afar, and this is an unusual thing, but you do get the impression that ship is pulling their punches against the rampart.
Would
They're
lead
trying to
investigator work?
learn. They're trying to learn how we behave.
Yeah, I'll take lead investigator, so 2 float. What would you like to use with it?
I would like to spend the bonus momentum to figure out why would they be throwing the punch specifically at the rampart.
For 1 momentum, I can say they do not wish it to destroy the rampart. They do not wish to blow that ship up for some reason.
Okay, I want to theorize why with the second one.
I will allow that. Theorize right. Possibly that they want that ship, they want to board it, or they wish to inflict as much psychological harm as possible. There is kind of a Klingon thing of wounding a ship and having it cry out for aid, and that could be a deterrent for other people fighting.
Okay.
GM, is the rampart sheet correct at current?
No, it's not. The things are all messed up.
Okay. I was just trying to see what we're working with here.
I will say, you can see that the rampart has 2 breaches, and its shields are down, and it's currently out of 9 out of 10 power.
Do we know if the rampart is using NPC or PC rolls for breaches?
It is using in PC rolls.
Okay.
It is now.
Rampart had its turn yet?
It's now our player's turn. Maldone. Yeah, we'll go to Maldone, and the bad guys, and then the rampart will get their turns, and we'll and I'll summarize all that.
Okay, so has our secondary guy on trigger duty taken a shot yet?
I do not believe so.
Okay, we're gonna. I don't
He
really
was
think there's too
directed.
much.
He was directed, but he can still take a turn.
Okay, yeah, I don't really think there's too much movement that needs to happen right here, but shooting would be nice.
Shooting would be nice. What would you shoot at?
Oh, whatever the next one. That one? That one.
That one there.
Yeah, that one.
Asteroid. Shoot the asteroid.
Yep. You already made his call. Security, and that is really difficult. Because
It's 5, I think.
yeah, it's 5. Control
That's gonna
security
be
difficult.
Zogar, right?
That's Zogar.
All right. All we can spend is threat. So let's.
Unfortunately.
So let's just go. Let's just
Refill him. It'll make things interesting.
5 dice.
5 dice. Let's go.
Let's go.
Do you want to target a specific system?
Weapons
I
are
would-
what's been causing us these problems, right?
Yes.
These-
Yeah.
Then
And
let's
they
go
already-
for weapons.
All right.
Yeah, and are you using Zogor?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, remember he has a 3 reroll and bold, so you get 2 rerolls.
Perfect.
Elle, I think you're screen sharing or something. Nice.
Right down the line. We'll take it.
And weapon security from the ship. Right,
Oh darn.
do we have a reroll on that?
Does Zogar's rerolls count towards a ship reroll?
Bold security wouldn't. What's the second reroll? What's the other reroll talent?
Precision targeting.
No, that's an extra
Nope,
dice.
nope. Yeah, that's not all right. What's the
And
other one then?
Pierce.
Calder, what was the other reroll he has?
Bold and precision targeting. That's the 2.
Precision targeting would work. So reroll the ship.
Oh, you're right. Yep, it is a reroll.
Thanks, Shot Dog.
Who's rolling the ship?
Ash, go ahead and reroll. Oh, the ship.
Sure.
There we
Exact
go.
opposite.
Excellent. As the phaser beam aim strikes true, go ahead and roll that damage.
How much is it?
What's our power at?
7 out of 11.
Let's pump 1 in.
One
So,
power in for 1 extra dice.
Your phasers are correct.
Push the magic button.
But how many is it?
It's right. You can just press the challenge dice on phasers.
Are you looking at the ship
Yep.
character sheet right now? Okay.
If you want to roll separately, it's 9.
You need to
Enter.
enter.
Boo!
enter in the box,
Okay.
then roll the dice. There we go.
Better.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So that's 8 with a pierce of 6.
8, pierce 6. Okay, so that's just 8 raw damage. And you have 4 floating momentum. 2 from the rays, 2 from the fighters. Their shields are bye-bye. So that's 2 breaches automatically.
Bye-bye.
Plus they already had one, so zoop.
That works.
After 3 breaches, as these NPC ships blow up.
After 3, they blow up after 3?
Yep.
Interesting. And those can't, the momentum can't be saved, right?
No, it's float, but you could do some crazy things with it, or you can use it to do swift.
So
Crazy
since
things
that
like
was
what?
technically Maldone's turn, could he swift and then move? Pilot?
I will allow that.
Abso-friggin-lutely.
Because now we need to get closer. We can't hit anything.
Yep.
I can't beat the shit out
What?
of you without getting closer.
Alright. I'm gonna remove these guys. Loading up the sheet. And you can move to close range for free, medium to long range for 1 power.
What are we thinking? Like right here-ish?
Where?
Like right here? The red is our weapon systems, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
We're gonna
Um,
want to be like right there-ish.
Yeah, you can move like just within here or for 1 power.
could we go? Is it okay if I move the ship?
Yeah, that's fine.
I think spending 2 power to get into more weapon
Yeah,
range.
we
would
want to
guess
be
is
in
better.
medium.
Yeah.
Okay. That is
Wow.
going to be a task roll, but 2 power in this task roll, I'll allow it.
Like right there, maybe?
Yep.
Looks good to me.
All right, Maldone, control con diff 2 as you throttle the engines.
I am buying 2 additional dice. One with threat, and then the second one with momentum.
On threat, second with momentum. Go ahead. Rolling 4 dice. You definitely have a focus. And you get a bonus for all fingers and thumbs.
Need more power.
You also
Maldon,
have improved engine. So for 2 momentum, you could make it +1 difficulty to hit you.
I was gonna suggest.
We don't have any.
He just got
you
mine.
generated. You just got it back. So that is 3, and then +1 from your all fingers and thumbs.
Plus the ship gets to roll too, so it
Yep.
could be a smidgen more.
Ship rolls engine con. Plus 2 more.
Oh, there we go.
There we go.
Nice.
As you surge across, you light those engines up, and the Svalinn lurches forward. Or there's a slight shove as the inertial dampers are hurry to catch up. Would you like to spend the momentum to make you hard to hit?
Yes.
All right. As you light those engines up, what is the? Here's a shield. Oh, but I need to look at these icons as later. There we go. as you surge forward, you are moving really fast, and it's hard to get a target lock on you, but you surge the ship forward to get them in range. Now all the NPC turns, and we're just gonna do this rapid fire. This ship, it moves closer. It attempts to fire here on the rampart, but the shot goes wide. This ship, seeing you guys engage, is going to turn around and at least attempt to hit you. I'm gonna spend 3 for 2 extra dice, and this is going to be a diff 6 roll for them, but good luck, buddy. Good luck, buddy, as their shot goes wide as well, as they fire over here, but you're already over here. Just you're moving that fast that they overshoot you. And then there's a bunch of things happening in the background, and with them regenerating power and moving shields. Yeah, I'm gonna need one more turn. The rampart does a maneuver to get behind you, but otherwise does not engage or do anything outwardly. It does attempt to regenerate power, regenerate shields. 5 shields back. And
I do not. Go ahead.
What? Yeah.
I was just gonna say I do not trust the rampart.
Rampart is sus.
Rampart is sus, yeah.
And for another move, this ship is going to regenerate shields as well. And as all this is happening, as the rampart tucks behind you, it is at this point that Bailey, he calls out from ops. 2 ships coming in hot.
What's their identifications?
One is the Ecliptic.
Ooh.
As L called in a favor to get them in here really quickly. The second one,
Ooh.
and let me get this music.
Be what I want it to be.
I was gonna put them on the other side.
The second one, Pend, would you like to announce your entrance? As out of the dark arc, the Achilles warps into the system.
Yes, the newest ship of the fleet warps in to offer assistance to the Svalinn and its little squadron.
In fact, act for 2 momentum, and I can have you fly in and dramatically blow up one of the NPC ships. Because that sounds fun.
Would you allow the 2 momentum spend to just reposition the warp into down here?
Yeah. You can warp in down here.
Yeah, I can destroy them without the 2. It's okay.
Riker maneuver entrance. And where do we want the Ecliptic to jump in at?
I was gonna put them where Penn decided to go, so...
Up to you.
Yeah,
Flanking
we'll
here?
Right there.
Okay. And Penge, go ahead and take...
2 ships need auras, though.
Yep, I'm working on it. Penge, what is your first action as on the battlefield?
So, would this count as my first turn?
This counts as your first turn into combat.
Fun. Then myself as penned will lock targets on the asteroid with quantum torpedoes.
This is going to hurt.
I mean, it's already hitting from the first quantums.
It is already hurting from the first quantums. That is long, extreme 1, extreme 2. So
Can an asteroid actually feel pain?
we don't know yet.
Also, the
The
thing that
Andala
I-
on it can.
Also, the thing I posted in Discord is a definite called dizzy action.
All right, that is going to be a diff 3, a +3, +2. So that's a diff 7 shot because of the sensor interference.
Yeah, that's fine.
I like how calm you are about this.
Does the sensor interference apply even though I'm outside of the radius?
You are aiming into it.
That's fair. GM, I'm going to roll 6 challenge dice and see how many threat you get.
You bugger. Go ahead.
You get 3.
Go ahead.
What is he doing?
I'm rolling
that
5
was
challenge dice. I'm rolling 5 task dice.
Yep. That's the I forgot which medal is, but there's a medal that allows you to basically negate some of the threat you spent.
Yes, it's the Starfleet citation for conspicuous gallantry.
That's the one. And is this so 1 threat for torpedoes? Is this the full spread?
Well, luckily with the Achilles and its traits, I have the quantum specialist, so I don't need to prepare. I can just fire quantums as normal.
Yes.
I will be spreading, so you get the 2 for the spread.
Okay.
But let's see if I hit first.
That is rude.
And the ship now, I believe, is weapon security.
Weapon security for the ship. So
that was 8 hit. No, sorry, that's 9 hits.
That is 9 hits. Generate 2 in momentum.
No, or no.
As torpedoes away. Roll that damage.
I'll spend 1 for a reroll.
Kind of figured. All right,
And
and
I'll
what's,
spend 2 for devastating, please.
all right, what is my base damage?
Your base damage is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12,
16.
14, 16.
2, 4, 6, 8. Yep, 8, 10.
16 base damage applied to the asteroid.
With high yield and devastating.
6. Okay, so that
And
breaks.
spread.
All right, so that breaks +5, and then spread, and then devastating. So that is 6 additional breaches.
And that was just my first action.
Let's roll those breaches. Are you working? Things that are not paying. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So that is structure. Comms. That might be issue. That might be issue. Not bad, and that's fine. Okay.
How many hits to structure does that asteroid have?
You are
I think.
Oh, that's not right.
My track is just my track based off of my information, but I think it's 4.
That macro's not working. It's 4 breaches to structure. So the asteroid loses a turn.
I'd like to spend my determination for a swift task, please.
To what value?
To the value of, and this is a 2-parter, so you can choose which one you want to use. Prove I'm the best / fuck it, I'm penned.
Fuck it, I'm pinned. I like that one. Fuck it, I'm pinned. I'm firing again. That does not have an increased difficulty, so diff 7 again.
I will be directing my security officer, Mr. Tachibana Kira, who you met previously on the Defiant, to fire quantum torpedoes in a spread.
All right, so automatically 3 chance I suggested, and as your
Only
direct,
2. Oh yeah, no, 3 reduces spread, yes.
if you're using spread, I'm spending 2 threat to make something happen. I need Akira Tachibana to make a fitness science roll diff 4. You can assist him with presence command. You might be able to override this.
Okay.
So he's rolling fitness science.
I'd like to spend his determination on mission directive, please.
Mission directive is save allied ships. Yep.
And I'll spend 2 momentum if the crowd will allow.
2 momentum.
Have your momentum.
No, it's
Alright.
not allowed. What are you talking about? You can't kill everything. All right.
And
No,
your,
this is so he can shoot.
yep, and your presence command hit. All right, so that is
So that's
2,
6, 8.
8. So 4 momentum generated. As for a brief second you give him the order to fire, he pauses and he looks stunned for a minute, and then you just look at him and just, excuse me, I said fire, and he shakes it off. Or however you want to roleplay that. But he hesitates for a brief minute, but then he shakes it off, and now he can fire again.
Good boy. Well, you've already taken the threat for the spread torpedoes, so
Yep.
I will spend 1 for... I'll spend 3 for cautious.
3 for cautious. Okay.
I have precision targeting and full spread maximum yield. So if
Owie.
I hit, it's automatically devastating. It has piercing 1, and I get a free reroll, so I've got 2 free rerolls.
This might be over before or I expected.
And considering I'm directing, I shall use my medal to make it a crit.
Excellent. Plus 2 hits.
What
And
happens when you give Pen a warship?
2, 3,
So
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You somehow are making diff 7 rolls. How the heck? Okay,
You might
so
let me
generate.
do this in a Defiant.
There's a very obvious answer that you're not considering. He's pinned.
Yeah.
Fuck it, I'm penned. That is applicable.
So again, when this hits, this is going to be high yield, vicious 1, piercing 1, devastating.
Hit me, daddy.
And I'll reroll.
Whoa, I
And
don't know
spread,
about
right?
that.
And spread, yes.
And spread. This is rough. They have no shields. Everything is everything is terrible.
Was there long for hoping for survivors?
Yes, but no.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 10. I'm reading 15 base damage. Is that correct?
Correct. -2 for piercing on your end.
Okay, so that is 4 resist.
So yeah, that's 11 with spread and devastating.
Oh boy. Okay, so that is another 4 breaches. They might not make this. We'll see what the dice say. 1, 2, 3,
Their
4,
status is
5, 6. All right.
Oh, that's a close one.
Computers, weapons, structure.
Communication structure.
Communications. Oh no.
Don't tell me it's a warp core boot.
How many hits the engine does it have?
2
I'm
by my
gonna
count?
have to check my eye tracker because I kind of. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think the GM was expecting this many breaches in 2 shots.
No, I was not. All right, whatever. Ship. We have 6 breaches of structure.
Oh, wait, you're shooting the asteroid. Never mind.
Yes.
Okay, and that rolls over to engines.
There's no engines on an asteroid.
We don't know that.
Sensors are still
Your
up,
tip
so. Okay.
If it's my first turn in action, I'd like to quick to action, please.
Do you have the talent?
I do. Or Tachiban does, and he's on my ship.
Tachiban does. Okay.
Is there structure destroyed, GM?
Difficult to tell.
Okay.
Would you say this blue one and the asteroid are in area distance or no?
They are not in area distance.
Okay. Well, I'll be nice then. I'll target torpedoes at the purple.
Okay. Still a difficult roll. 3, 4, 5, 6. So, yep. Torpedo roll, diff 6. And 1 threat for torpedoes.
2 for spread.
2 for spread. I am going to spend in some threat. 2, 4, and 6. Complication 3 on that roll.
Yeah, that's fair.
Go ahead.
I would like to spend 2 momentum and 1 threat, please.
2 momentum. Oh wait, I got that backwards. Momentum, 1 threat. Okay.
And I'll re-roll because I can.
Yep. So that is 8, 9 on a diff 6, so 3.
So again, piercing, devastating, vicious, and high yield on a spread.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna count. Their shields, let's pop in with all those extra effects. You just cut this ship in half.
I'd like to swift task, please.
2 momentum swift.
I think I'll aim for the blue one.
Okay, blue one it is.
Would you say that's medium range? Or long?
That is long range.
Just plain torpedoes would be fun enough then.
All right. Just one torpedo of full spread.
I'll keep being fun. Have a full spread of quantums.
Bad day, bad day, bad day, bad day, bad day, bad day.
So I'd be spending 2 momentum and 1 threat, please. Would you like to increase the complication range?
Let me.
You can push it to 5 if you wish.
Two. Comp 4. With complications being, and you hit the ecliptic behind them.
That's fair.
Or the asteroid, which would also be bad things.
I've got 2 rerolls. I'll spend 1. And what's the difficulty? Sorry, diff 5?
That would be diff 5.
Well, we've already hit it.
You've already hit it. And there's the next one. Alright, roll the damage. This has turned out horrible.
Shits and giggles. I'll spend 1 to reroll 3.
Okay.
What happened?
That's what happens when they I brought penned. Alright, what's my base damage?
Your base damage is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18 with...
Alright, 18 base.
With piercing 4, high yield and devastating.
Alright, so that makes it -1 resist. As... Okay, let's do the math and you have 1 more roll. So that is 17 damage applied. Blows through the shields, deals 5 or more damage, and then high yield, and then devastating.
Correct. Right. So 8 breaches, please. Oh,
8 breach. 8 breaches. Okay.
Pen, could you bring at least have survivors?
I'm leaving 1 ship for you.
Actually,
I'm spending. I have to spend and threat to just hold the ship together, or else you're gonna feel absolutely terrible. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
That's a lot of sense of damage.
Okay.
Do you think I've got the retention?
You've got their attention. Let me count this up. 2, crap. Crap.
That's what I'll say. After the session's finished, you should let them see the sheet for the Achilles.
I think they should be able to see the sheet. But Insight Command diff 4. Really quickly, as you notice something.
Take 3 for it.
All right.
I've got a reroll.
All right, 1 more time and generated. You notice how these other ships had, this ship had a resistance of 3. This ship had a resistance of 5.
Which one?
Blue. Blue has a resistance of 5. And also, the blast patterns didn't quite match the hull.
Are these some form of photonic holograms?
for one momentum, I'll let you notice something. Penned.
Sure.
Oh, whatever. As the blast as washed across the ship, you see a nacelle. For a brief second, you see an Excelsior nacelle, and then it's gone.
Interesting.
Find the blue ship is already pretty heavily.
Oh shit!
Do we have any idea? Do we have any idea what we want the Ecliptic to do at this point?
It's gonna shoot up the very first ship
shoot.
it see.
Or the
Okay.
asteroid.
Can we have the Ecliptic see if they can contact the rampart? Because I might just send the shuttle in there.
Oh,
Yep, they can.
It was an engineering favor, so maybe an engineering solution.
The engineering in favor was to get them here in the first place, but yeah, they can
True.
certainly do. Yeah, they can do a communications to get in contact with the rampart.
Yes.
They are rolling 13 on the ship and an 11 in for the crew. Would you like to buy additional dice?
Yes.
How many?
Do they have determination to spend?
Hall would have a determination. Yeah, she could use her direct.
Yeah, let's do a determination and a direct. And hit her?
One or the other. I forgot what?
Determination, because that's the 3+2.
Yep. And she doesn't have the medal yet. She is going to use the value a mystery is designed to be solved. She's gonna take lead on this. +1. This is okay. +1 dice. Nice with threat. And yeah, she doesn't have anything with that. Okay. I'll kind of fudge this. Yes, this is difficulty 3. She's going to use presence command, and with her determination, and the ship will roll communications engineering. I'm being nice. Or not.
Well, they still direct.
Well, she doesn't have a determination point unless she violates the Silk Road direct.
She spent her determination, didn't she?
She spent it on this, so she. Oh yeah, she spent it so there's at least one dice with a hit on it.
Yeah. So so the assist still work.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay. I'm silly.
So she shouldn't. And she shouldn't. The ship still go.
Yep. Ship still rolls. Okay, that's a
And
+3.
we succeed.
She establishes. She attempts to establish communications with the rampart. The signal is being bounced all over the place, so she can't tell where it's coming from. But they are just sending a general distress call. Mayday, mayday, abandoned ship, abandoned ship. Yeah, this is... Yeah, they're calling for life pods. Odds at this point.
The rampart isn't nearly in that situation, though, is it?
When we got here,
Yeah, you
this
can
rampart is just 2 breaches. They're fine,
two
right?
2 breaches, shields 5, engines in 9 out of 10.
Absolutely no
Okay.
reason to be abandoning ship, correct?
Okay, I want to.
Would you abandon ship at 2 breaches?
Hell no.
Then,
no. In. Will there be another insight check?
What are you trying to look into?
Would have Penn shared the flying nacelle?
You can, yes. You're in communication with each other. It's just that you can't triangulate. You can't tell where the message is coming from.
Then
Well,
yes, I
more-
would have passed that on.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. So we. Wait, was it obviously an Excelsior nacelle?
As far as you saw, it was blue. It was that blue gray, a steel. It had the blue stripe in it, the red Belsar art collector.
I mean, to be fair, Penn has a focus in starships and the talents of Starship Expert.
So yeah, you can tell it's a Excelsior refit even.
And yes, the blue one seems like it's an Excelsior for a moment.
Are we back to a normal turn now? I'm not sure we are in the initiative order.
This is kind of this is top of the round, so this is kind of interrupting everything.
Okay.
Can I
Okay.
take a turn?
I have an idea.
Okay.
Hail the blue ship.
That is going to be control engineering, diff 3 plus sense comms engineering.
Do you got this? Ghost. XO.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. What?
I want you to hail the blue ship.
Okay.
And what Arthur and what God posted is the check that you would have to do to establish comms the blue ship.
Mm-hmm.
The control engineering.
Yep, control engineering diff 3, assisted by communications engineering.
Yeah, we don't have any momentum, do we?
Nope.
You have you know what? Take a determination spend for me. So you have 1 determination.
You have a
Well-
determination. What value would you spend it on?
No, we went from 2 against 6 to 4 against.
Support your peers and subordinates.
Yeah, you're trying to support the rampart with whatever they're doing.
3 against 2.
The odds weren't as much in your the odds weren't as far out of your favor as you thought they were.
I told you Rampart was sus.
I mean,
All right, that is 2 momentum and generated. You have. Yep, 2 momentum generated. You have comm contact.
what do we see?
No visual, just us audio. Oh. Why did my brain fart right there? This is Captain Bradford of the Rampart. Our abandoned ship. Svalinn, that is not us. Svalinn, and that ship is not us. Enemy contact.
Can we keep the initiative now?
Okay.
Technically,
Keep momentum.
you started the round, and technically, this is top of the round stuff, and now it is bad guy's turn.
Wait, could
Oh
you
wait,
use
no,
that?
you just no, you can use 2 to swift or keep.
Okay, let's do Swift, and I'm going to relay this info to the Achilles and the Eplectic. That
Is that
yeah,
action
just
to relay that?
no, it'll just be 2 momentum. You can just create that advantage that everyone is now aware of the situation.
okay. But before I want to continue the dialogue between me and
Bradford.
yeah, I'm gonna say the are you talking about the ship at our 5 o'clock, because it looks like the Rampart.
I don't know what's going on, but we see an illusion of ourselves on sensors. Do not trust it.
Where are
have
they?
You're because of the asteroid comms are scattered. You're unable to triangulate comm signals.
I will say this: I hailed the blue ship.
Yeah,
That appears to be who you're
want-
talking to.
Right.
This is new turn, right?
Yeah,
Author?
it's top of the round.
Yeah, but
Author?
this is
Can I do an insight check using science?
To determine what
I think I've got this figured out, and that is
What-
the blue
what do you-
ship is actually ecliptic.
the blue ship is the Rampart. That is who that's directly the
Oh,
ship
yeah,
you
Rampart.
attempted to hail, and you appear to be talking to Captain Bradford. He is on the comm on the radio right now as you're thinking this.
Meaning we accidentally fired on the Rampart thinking it was a bad guy earlier.
no, the Achilles.
No.
Is
No, you
What?
you fired on it too.
yeah,
Not on purpose, but yeah.
yeah. We both blindly.
I was
you guys are
forced to
foolish.
fire on them.
You guys are foolish, but that's a different story. All right, so 2 momentum. You can share that realization to all the other ships in the area.
I would like to ban my Medal of Honor for that.
That will work as well. All ships
Can
are
I
now
spend the two
aware that
momentum?
all ships are
Right,
now
sorry.
aware that the blue ship is friendly and the Rampart is not friendly.
Can I spend that 2 momentum to keep the initiative?
If you would like to.
Yeah, let's do
I would
it.
like to. And I'm gonna phaser fire the quote unquote Rampart.
That is a Diff 5 task.
I'm tired of this asteroid now. We need to get rid of it. Okay, Diff 5. We can aim with phasers, can't we?
Phaser race, yeah.
Minor action aim. Take 3 threat.
No, what am I doing? So you know the 3 threat.
Can Zelgard assist?
Nope.
Somebody grab the chip.
Caldor Ross, someone grab the ship.
I got.
Weapon security.
Oh, that was a bust.
As because of the sensor interference, your shot goes wide. And we have that.
Save milestones do I have? No.
Oh wait,
No, you-
did you add the 2 successes for the molasses thing? Oh, because the molasses thing should have. What? Yeah,
Oh, 2 momentum
No,
from
no.
Ross. Yeah, that was already used to keep the initiative. So,
I'm
Ash can go.
I'm gonna use a milestone.
From what episode? Or what event? Yeah, you fired phasers and stuff before.
Yeah,
So,
that one.
what value?
Expect the unexpected. That's not a Starfleet ship.
This seems to be unexpected. This was a very cunning plan, you could say.
I could, but I won't.
All right. You may scoop and reroll your zeros.
I can't reroll the ship zero though. Right? It's just
No,
mine.
just yours.
Fuck.
Whiff.
But it's not a comp anymore.
It's not a comp anymore. As your shot goes wide, you've gone. Yeah, it is about time for this. As all of this is happening, zoop, the asteroid goes away, and in its place comes a different ship that looks as beat up as all the abuse you poured onto that asteroid. Its structure is destroyed. Let me look into this. It is the ship. Structure is destroyed. It can't move. Its communications are messed up. Its engines are venting plasma. But dupe. I am going to spend 2 threat to cheat. It gets within and tractor beam range and tractors. There's the blue ship, which suddenly turns into the Rampart, which is, and then this ship is revealed to be another Andalan vessel. The Rampart. Oh my goodness, it is in a terrible state. It has, its structure is destroyed. Sensors are gone. Communications are barely holding together. There's holes that are blasted through the saucer, or it's venting plasma from its starboard nacelle. It is a wreck, and it is currently in a tractor beam.
Can they tractor beam somebody with a destroyed structure?
Yeah, they just hold it.
I
That
know
is-
what we're doing next turn, moving and firing on the tractor beam.
As they do that, actually, I'm going to spend 2 to keep, and oh boy, bud. That's the scout. So I have plus, and as the asteroid illusion goes away, the sensors suddenly clear up. But I have a +2 difficulty task to hail you, so this is like +3.
I mean, can't I just allow it to succeed?
Their sensors are messed up, so they have to make an effort to even get a signal out. They're fighting their own ship. I'm spending a threat to roll to get an extra dice.
You sure you don't want to spend more?
Hey, you're gonna throw it back. As on the screen, they have stopped hostilities at this point. On the screen is another Andala. Their bridge is all sorts of torn up. There's smoke and smog and sparks in the background, and they look wounded somehow. I see that you are foolish. it took you far too long to realize that you are firing upon a friend. That you would injure, that you will charge so blindly into a combat without realizing all the moves.
Above game, can I also link this to the Ecliptic and Achilles?
Yep. Yeah, this is open comms to everyone.
Okay, I think I'll throw in the remark of easy to say that when that when you have the control over the narrative.
Well, that is what happens is when you run into someone else's book.
To whom are we speaking right now?
Yeah, please explain to Jima about the
I
man
have,
talking.
yeah. I
Or
will.
that was in character.
Yeah, it's one of these guys. I am Shashiri.
What's your purpose here today?
To determine and if the Federation was cunning. It appears that you are not. And if you do not leave Eve right now and turn away from our borders, I'll tear this ship apart.
Cunning, maybe not everyone, but we can be kind. If you release your tractor beam, maneuver your ship away from the rampart, beam aboard one of your other vessels and leave, we will not pursue.
Does their ship have shields?
No. This ship
It's
ship is wrecked and currently does not have shields.
Yeah, I'm basically giving them the chance to stand down and leave before this escalates any further.
Hull, Lieutenant Commander Hull on her bridge is horrified and apparently just staring at the wreckage of the rampart in shock. Commander Calder, how do you respond?
Captain, I have a suggestion. Can I give him the timeout for a second?
Yep.
What if we were to beam this guy aboard our ship and keep him in the transporter buffer until we can move into some kind of stasis field? We need a live subject to verify our psionic countermeasures.
Kind of hard because we are currently in a hostage situation.
They don't have shields right now, right?
We
They
were
don't have
being
shields.
from the situation.
Yeah, but that crew still has. They still have crews on that ship and pretty much holding a knife against their ship.
Beam them off, and then offer their captain for the rampart.
That was the offer that Pend already made.
Yeah.
turn is it?
How long until
We're out of turn. We're out of turn initiative.
sensors are back up, right?
Yeah, sensors back up.
How long until the ramparts evacuated? If they're doing that, it seemed like they were. Because it seems like they were doing that for a while.
They just launched the first wave of escape pods. Second
Okay,
wave will launch in a bit.
I have
Okay,
a dangerous idea.
I'm gonna try up the game. I'm going to try and stall this dude.
What's your plan?
My plan is to stall him for as long as I can until the rampart can successfully evac everyone out of that ship, and then when the last wave is out, I'm gonna pull from Ross's idea and I want to see if I could beam the bridge crew of that ship out and keep them in a buffer.
Can I offer a second suggestion?
Yeah. What?
30 seconds before or they become suspicious of the muted channel.
Okay. That the Svalinn makes a dashing, daring run and literally runs right, cutting through their tractor beam, interrupting it.
Okay. Yeah. With that idea, how long would it take to have the Svalinn do some form of a drag race start to pull itself between both ships?
That is going to be a very difficult task because these two ships are within close range for each other, and you're trying not to hit one of them, or else you're gonna take damage. You're looking at
like pretty much. I'm expecting us to scratch the ship, more focus on.
Yeah, you're looking at like a daring con on diff 5 roll. Oh, comp 5. I have to pull that maneuver off.
How are they threatening to destroy the rampart with their tractor beam?
Yeah, they're just using a tractor beam and pull the ship apart.
I have another suggestion then. Why don't we have the Ecliptic, who's already in engaged range, looks like, or at least very close to it, just engage their tractor beam?
I
That
am
would
generating
counter-
a threat for our stalling action.
Mechanically, would that counter their tractor beam?
The Ecliptic could move in and fire their tractor beam. But I need the channel unmuted. You need to make a decision. Captain, your order.
Okay. I'm going. Yeah, I'm going to see if I could do some form of a command presence check to give us up a bit more time.
Okay. What are you telling him? You're just gonna flabbergast him? Are you gonna recite poetry? Are you gonna try to run circles with law? What's your intent?
Going to one word with a bit of law and Starfleet protocol and also throwing in the bit of what's preventing us from having a civil talk and preventing you from using our people as cattle, well as food.
Okay. Ross, we can deal with that role. Oh, in a bit. First, let's have the Captain shit talk real quick. Opposed presence command.
Okay.
pinned, if you would like, you can and assist with this as well. Help and help throw in some extra suggestions.
Okay, I'm going to spend 2 threat for 2 dice.
Okay, I'm spending that at threat back to spend a determination.
GM, would you allow a medal spend as an assist?
Possibly depends on the metal. Which metal?
I'm using the palm leaf to reduce the difficulty of a persuade test by 1, basically giving us a free hit.
So we're pretty much hitting his +2 hit to a +1 hit.
Yes, I will allow that using your reputation and as a peacekeeper and all that stuff. Yep. So they have a +1 hit from their determination on the value. I am cunning, not foolish. Do you wish to spend 4 additional dice? You already spent 3.
Yeah.
Okay.
So let's both. Okay, I'm going to do my roll now.
Go ahead.
I'm going to re-roll that 0.
I'll spend 3 for additional. And I have a +1 hit because that palm leaf. 4 and 4.
So that's a tie. So we'll pass with comp.
We might not have to.
Meaning?
Well, if we're taking the complication, I would like to use the Legion of Honor to ignore a complication suffered on the task, which we're doing now.
Rude. Yes, you can. Yes, I'll allow that. So you technically win. All this time you are talking about Federation law and dictate, and they are listening patiently, but you're getting the impression that they don't care what you say because you're silly mammals. Why would expect intelligent thought from you? Okay. Meanwhile, in the background, Elle and Rost are thinking about transporting out the hardware for their tractor beam. You are slightly out of range for that though.
Can we just take the penalty for it?
Transporters have to be in close range, but if you communicate this with Maldone, he could make a presence con roll to very slightly close the distance and make it look like no, we're just talking here.
Flying casually.
Yeah, fly casually.
Yeah, I'll kind of give him the idea and ask him to move closer that way.
I like that.
All right.
I mean, fast is my specialty, but let's try casual.
Yeah, I'm gonna make this presence con. That sounds fun.
Oh boy.
Diff 2. Yeah, that's about best I can do. Assisted by engines con.
2 dice. Both of them from threat, obviously. Have any option there?
Yeah. And this will cost 1 power. But because the scene hasn't reset yet, but we could. But yeah, you could do other stuff in the background. 1, 2, 3. Oh, that is 2 momentum generated. As very casually, you close the distance. They don't seem to notice. Notice anything weird.
And
Can we spend 2 momentum doing a advantage for the transport? Or
I could allow that.
Scan?
Yep. What are the fighters doing at this point? For free, what orders are you giving them?
Protect the rampart.
They keep an eye on those other 2 ships.
Yeah.
They could do that. And for 2 momentum, you could have an advantage edge on scanning them as you're particularly close. Yeah, so no difficulty on. You know what? I'm just gonna throw this all together. All right, so control engineering. So base 2, don't know where it is, plus unknown technology, and not beaming from pad. There's 3 there. Sensors, engineering. So altogether, control engineering, diff 5, complication 3, assisted by sensors engineering, assisted by L's reason science.
I would just point out my fingers on the button to shoot if something goes wrong.
2 threat to get an advantage.
Yeah.
Okay. You have the advantage of if they do anything sus, you can and fire off before they can complete their action. Rust, how would you like to do this?
Do you want to do it yourself or have left?
I can do it myself, and Elle's going to assist. I'm going to use bold engineering. That's if I need to re-roll something, right?
Yep. So 1
yes.
threat, you get 1 extra dice and a reroll.
Okay.
Could left assist with engineering because L's focusing on science and left will assist with engineering?
I'll allow that. Plus left assist.
Okay.
So L's assisting using sensors, so testing a theory into practice.
The extra dice doesn't make sense because you're assisting, but I will allow the decreased difficulty to kick in. So -1. So -1.
Can we switch the extra die for a reroll then?
Yeah, that works. All right, so -1 diff from testing theory, -1 diff from theory, -1 diff from sensor. So we're at diff 3. And you have 2 rerolls.
Oh, it was set on daring, that's why. Oops.
Yep.
Wait, what's your control at?
The second one would actually be a 1.
Okay, that works. And then we just
clarify,
need.
do I roll 2 or 3? Is it 3?
You bought 3, yeah.
Okay. And can I use my focus in deflector shield force field technology?
Not really. Yeah, that's a different system.
Okay,
This is
just checking.
we're more using scanners.
Yeah, scanners or transporter technology.
You only need 1 hit at the point. Oh, there you go. You got it.
And left for the extra momentum.
Left go to 1. Oh,
Okay.
Wait.
And then the ship.
Oh, yeah. I'll go the ship.
Get at least the 1 on the ship, and that'll be enough momentum to get rid of the complication.
Yep, we got this. Okay. Russ, you do have that bold engineering reroll.
To reroll.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
So scoop and reroll that 1 dice. All right, so I have 1, 2, 3, 4 on a diff 3. gain 1 momentum. And as you get into range, you very subtly. Let's see if I can get this to work, because the sound's been weird all night. And you don't hear it on the stream, but maybe you heard it. Transport goes off, and the tractor beam flickers and goes off, and the rampart is free and adrift.
Can we have a plot convenience part already in the bid if it's like hoping conveniently it's handheld size?
The what?
Yeah, that'll be increased one difficulty, and so you lose that momentum. Yeah. Yeah, as I accounted for, or you were beaming onto a pad, but yeah, for 1 momentum you can have it beamed not to a pad and beamed into your hand. As alien mechanical device is beamed onto your bridge, Captain, and it thuds. And it thuds onto the floor. As Ross and Elle look slyly at each other from across the bridge, and the Andalan looks furiously at you. And
can I send a message to the ecliptic?
I'm going to stand up, grab it, hold it up so we look at it back at him, and say, I think this is pretty cunning enough.
At that, this ship, being harassed by the fighters, opens fire on the fighters.
Does that trigger my advantage?
That does trigger your advantage. This one begins powering up weapons and is targeting your fragile little fighters.
No, they're not.
No, they're not.
Take your threat. Take 3.
All right.
I haven't had good luck hitting today.
It is diff 2.
Okay.
If you're using phasers.
Yeah. Real that calm. I'm using phasers.
Alright, so -1 power, so you should be at 2 power.
Yeah.
And weapon security from the ship.
Somebody grab that for me.
What from the ship?
Weapon security.
I'm getting it.
Nice. So 3 momentum generated, and that is a hit.
It's versatile. Reroll those 3.
Yep. All right, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 base damage. Is that correct?
Yep, 12.
Yep, -3.
I'm in this. Yeah.
The heck was that? My internet buzzed up for a minute. Let me check. Okay, everything's still running. All right, so that is 9 damage. Shields are blown through, and 5 more. So that is 2 breaches. Is at this point.
Spin 2 for devastating. So our last versatile and one of our cap.
Float. Yep.
To hopefully destroy them.
That is 3 breaches, and you saw them in half. At this,
I would then like to.
Yeah. At this point, Achilles, as you see the transporter signal from the enemy command vessel to the Svalinn, Of note of the enemy command vessel is significantly smaller than these other ships.
Can I swift task and extend the Svalinn shields around the rampart?
I will allow that. Swift task. I will allow that. That will be a roll though.
Okay.
Because
if I remember correctly, that ship right here's weapons are fine. I don't want them to shoot the rampart.
Yep. I'm not sure how to do this. Let's do control, security, base 2, base 3. Yeah, that makes sense. And then structure NG. And 2. Comp 3.
Okay. Take 3 threat again. So
All
you
right.
get your threat back.
And then structure engineering from the ship. Anyone, roll for the ship.
Structure engineering, I got it.
Thank you. Eight on diff 3. That's 5 moments M generated. Okay. Basically, both ships effectively have a shield strength of 12. However, because your shield is stretched thin, and you don't get breaches at 5 or more, you get breaches at 4 or more damage.
Okay.
Just as an effect of stretching your shields out. But the rampart is currently in your bubble. And you've gone just yeah. It is now enemy's turn. I'm angry at you. I'm angry at you. I'm angry at you.
I mean, the orange guys can take a pot shot at me.
I mean, they could. In fact, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do something silly. Let's do something silly as this ship does a kamikaze run and tries ramming you.
Sounds fun.
It technically has 2 + 3 challenge dice. Why did I do this when I don't know how ramming works?
Ramming sucks.
Ramming sucks, but it kind of makes a point.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yes and no.
And my cheat sheet doesn't show me how to do rams.
Probably ask pen, or I can pull out my book.
I could, yeah, just someone pull out the book and see who gets the information first.
I believe it's a Daring Con Diff 3. And it.
I'm more worried about the damage.
Actual.
I think it's 2 plus scale.
2
Let me
plus
check.
scale.
Ramming speed. Daring Con Diff 2. This is by Engines Con Diff 1 plus range. Per range for close. Damage is 2 plus scale. With spread, vicious, and devastating.
Okay, 2 plus scale.
Also suffers a number of challenge die equal to the target's scale, with the spread and vicious 1 effects and devastating quality. And it has a power requirement of 1.
Okay.
And that ship takes the same damage.
Yep. Yeah. I'm just gonna spend the 2 threat and say, yep. They just go for the ramming speed. Sure. Let's have some fun with this.
2 plus ramming ship scale.
So 5.
What was
Wait,
the
no, this
ship
was
roll on that?
Daring Con. Engines Con.
Engines Con. Thank you.
And the ramming ship takes 2 plus the target ship scale.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that they are dumb and they've lost the connection.
So you have to run damage on both ships.
Yeah, I know. I'm intending to destroy the ship. Okay, so that is an actual hit, and my full damage should be 2 plus scale. Because these things are built out of toothpicks and tinfoil, I'm gonna reduce that to 1 plus scale. So they're rolling 6 challenge dice. Whereas,
you can't breach me.
no, I can't.
It takes 13 to give me a breach. The max you can roll is a 12.
Yeah. As this thing daringly tries to ram against you, you take that damage in shields, but you barely even feel it as this thing literally crumples and cuts itself in half over your shield. Half of it tumbling on top of the ship, half of it tumbling on the bottom. As these things are so poorly made that it just crumples itself across your ship.
I'm just curious. He says you can't breach it. Let's just see all the numbers. Roll one more challenge die and apply spread vicious and devastating.
No, I have resistance 8.
Yeah, the Achilles has resistance 8. There's no way that they could do any damage, and this thing will fold. Yeah.
It's mechanically impossible.
It's mechanically impossible, and whatever the Achilles throws back, that thing will fold in half. So that was literally just a suicide run. Sadly, that was also their last ship.
Captain, permission to take a boarding team over to the Indalin command ship?
Might have to next
Before
week.
you do that,
It's now player's turn.
yeah. Before you do that, I want to see if I could negotiate him to stand down.
Captain, I think we should beam this guy into a stasis field before he disintegrates, self-destructs, or whatever.
I agree with the Exo.
Okay, I'm going to
Calder,
have-
you can just ask for surrender. Oppose presence command.
Okay, I will do that, and don't worry, I have a swift cast just in case something happens.
And
Would you allow an assist?
I will allow an assist, and I will also allow a +1 because they're kind of out of options.
Okay, my ship also has the trait of anti-psionic gear. Warrior ship. Would either of those two help?
Warrior ship, I'll say +1 hits, and anti-psionics +1 comp on their end.
Okay.
Achilles, do you have any traits you want to throw on top of this?
Well, the Achilles has prototype battle-hardened crew, quantum specialists, and pirate hunters. I don't think those really apply.
Yeah, I just remember you have a bunch of traits, but I'm not sure if any of them would apply.
Okay, I'm going to take a threat GM, and I'm going to spend 2 momentum to have 4 dice.
All right. I don't have it. I could have a determination again.
And I'm going to eagle that 0. Okay, so that is 6 and 7 is a 10.
Yeah, you know what? It's not worth them spending any. They could certainly try. Okay, so 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 versus 3. So, go ahead and roll me 2 plus 2 plus your command discipline and challenge dice. And Pend, you can roll 1 additional challenge dice as an assist. So, yeah, that stresses them out. I'm going to spend 2 to ignore that injury. As you argue with him, yeah, do you have a dramatic speech at this point?
Even though that I've failed we failed your test. Because I have proven my ability to be cunning. So we shall call this this game a draw. But with the situation, I will gladly assist you and your crew to change the system, because I would like to talk to still break bread with you and your command.
Captain Penn, do you have anything else to add?
Well, yes, you may have been testing the capabilities of the Federation. You failed to take into consideration the final outcome. Yes, we may have fired upon our own vessel, but your test has backfired to the stage of you are all alone and about to blow up. You may not like the idea, but we are willing to offer aid. Hopefully, you will see that as a helping hand to a possible future where these tests won't be necessary. I recommend that you take this option, because I doubt you'll get any better.
You do have 3 float before this passes. Would you guys like to use that for anything?
Let's use to go in some form of advantage to help with our results of still allowing us the chance to negotiate with people.
Well, you need to lethally injure him, probably, to avoid it, so you might want to swift task and try again.
Hey, stop.
Hold on. You can't... Yeah, basically, especially with Pence and suggestion, and you can use this action as an opportunity to open negotiations with the Adalan government as a whole.
Yes.
Okay. One more threat before this evaporates. Or one more momentum. Float.
What can I use one momentum for that isn't a minor action?
We could possibly use that and one more in relation to the roll we just made. That even though he hasn't been stressed out, he's less likely to resume opening fire upon the damaged vessels.
Yeah, I would like to do that.
Less likely to make hostile actions. And excellent choice. At this point, the Andala Shasheri considers for a moment. My life is more viable and live than and to throw it away at the failure of a test. I would be not I would be considered foolish once for being unable to trick you. I'll be considered foolish 3 times if I were to die at enemy hands. At this point, I concede.
I can see you're a wise leader. At least from all situations and tests, we can all still learn and progress forward.
And at that, they fully surrender.
Okay. Yeah, we'll be towing. I think the best way to show goodwill is to have the Svalinn tow the ship back to where they came, and have the elliptic and the Achilles being transported back to where it back to Starbase to get fixed up.
Yeah, the Achilles could definitely tow the Rampart to DSE, and DSE has repair facilities that could work on this, I'm assuming.
Yes, they can repair up to scale 5.
This is a scale 5 ship. However, there is one critical thing that happened in earlier as you are going over the damage reports and repair teams.
That's what I'm worried about.
Everyone's and sick bay is inundated with injuries. One of them critically injured is Captain Bradford himself. He has a lethal injury on him, and that must be resolved right now.
Okay,
Dr. Bog?
Bog's not he is so nurse.
He did activate the nurse earlier.
You're not gonna have the nurse do any sort of major surgery, are you?
I doubt the gym will allow it to be continued to give Bog an epic moment next week.
Does Ben have a good medical officer?
As an NPC one, no, but I have crew rolls of 10 and 3 for everything.
Ecliptic is rolling 9 and 2.
Okay, would you allow to us spend all momentum to... Okay, you know what?
The nurse is rolling a 15.
Okay, I got an... Okay, what about the possibility of us of activating a advantage by saying we put him in stasis, so Bog can have a chance of doing his magic.
Okay. It's still gonna require a roll, but that would basically put him not in a lethal situation, so that way next session and Dr. Bog can do a life-saving surgery.
Yeah, and let's do 2 more to give him a advantage.
Alright, and advantage on that and surgery. Someone note that in the Discord.
Okay, so let's... Okay, so this is a difficulty 3 check, so let's have the nurse ready. Wait,
yep. Nurse Razes.
Okay, yeah.
Oh wait, sensors medicine, what am I doing?
With it... Because of our advanced senses, can we decrease the difficulty?
Yeah, this is a sensor roll, so decrease diff.
Okay. Let's... momentum and 2 threat for 4 dice.
Sounds good.
Looks like we don't even need Bog.
I mean, this is just stabilizing him. He still needs a lot of work in order to get back up.
I know. Let's at least when Bog's doing it, it won't be life-threatening.
Yep. And the ship roll sensors medicine, because I'm a goober.
Someone else got that? And also a bit of a RIP. Banter looks at like I owe Pen twice now.
What in particular?
This is the second time you assisted me in my ship.
Don't worry about it. These things happen.
All right. At that, stand down from red alert. Calder?
Yeah.
As the tensions of the battle goes away, we have the captain and Bradford on ice. As the ships slowly stand down and from hostilities and begin and picking up the pieces. The rampart is in a bad way and is probably going to be in dry dock for a month, maybe more. As yet again, I am giving the Tiger Squadron and a mess to clean up.
Can I just quickly comms over to the Svalinn?
Yes, open comm.
Captain Calder.
Yes, sir.
I apologize that we weren't able to see through this illusion a little sooner, but I can promise I'll get the rampart back home and make sure they're up and running about as soon as possible.
Okay, and as soon as Bradford is stable, we'll send it. We'll have our runabout bring him back to DSC.
Understood. We'll give him as good, best care as we can. For now, if you're going to be out here by yourself, be safe.
Any other last RP for the night?
I have an out of character question.
Yes.
Is it going to be easy to prove that we are not responsible for the Svalinn firing upon the rampart?
The Achilles did the most damage, but your sensor logs will verify that you were deceived. How Command thinks of that is another question, but it wasn't an intentional strike.
I was telepathically forced to shoot that ship.
Yes, you were.
And again, it'll probably look better by the fact of when the situation arose, people held back, so that probably looked well on the ship as well.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, they held back on the illusion rampart.
We held back.
Yeah, you guys did hold back. Any other last words?
How friendly am I supposed to treat our guests?
That's up to that's up to you guys.
Yeah, I'm asking the captain.
Treat him as first contact guest.
Excellent.
Buddy.
Security escorts, that kind of thing, and somebody, for God's sake, tune these telepathic inhibitors. They obviously don't work.
Okay. The two things that I'm gonna say, try and make this a comfortable and don't give them a reason to be hostile.
No, I understand. I'll stick them in the diplomatic quarters. You know,
No.
everybody has any citizen, any person coming on the ship like that will have an escort.
Yeah, and by diplomatic I mean the actual diplomatic quarters, and not the air quote diplomatic quarters.
But you want to put them in the actual? Then you don't want me to put them in the actual diplomatic quarters?
No, like actually do it and not just some sarcastic air quotes.
Oh no, I'm gonna put them in the actual. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah, I get you. I don't want to. I'm trying to stop a war here too. I don't want to.
Okay, good.
All right, I got a dip.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
we're wrapping up.
Yeah. Enjoy yourself, Maldon.
Yep, we'll see you later.
Yep, thanks for playing.
Yep, bye.
Okay, so the guests are put into the actual diplomatic suite, and not the sarcastic diplomatic suite.
Yep.
Yeah, and when our guest asked for something we should try and do it because we know nothing about the species.
I just hope they don't get hungry on the way there home, their planet.
Of note, when you beam up the crew over, there are 3 distinct life forms that you beam up. There is 1 proper Andala, and there are probably a half dozen. A dozen or more are Andalan buds, the big hulking guys that are unintelligent, and then the rest seem to be short, 5 foot tall, all mammalian species. They appear to be very slow, dim-witted. They have wide-set eyes. But they kind of happily and cheerfully follow every order you give them.
Oh no, is this their cattle?
There's about 50 of the cattle people.
Well, I'll ask the Andala where would he like us to place them. I don't think he wants them in his room.
Within
quarters for 50
access. People. Within access of me, they are used to formalized quarters are not necessary. A cargo bay for them will suffice as long as I have access to them throughout our journey.
Very well, we'll set up some cots. I will alert you that you will have a security team escorting you around for your safety and the safety of everyone on board. But other than that, you have full diplomatic privileges. Well, that is a diplomatic privilege.
Yep.
I'll just skip the morals of the cattle for later.
In honor of Captain's value, penned, would you mind a upgrade / changing of my value science, that's my specialty, to I am science?
There's an actual mechanic of doing that, so we'll talk about that after the game.
Well, yeah, there's a way to do it in game by challenging a value, but it's not so much challenging it that just won't want to make like a friendly upgrade to it.
Yeah, it's kind of in the same vein, just kind of more refined. And go ahead.
Do the buds need quarters? How does he treat those?
the buds, he wishes to have them, and with he has most of them with him. He asks that 2 stay in the cargo bay and the rest has to stay in the quarters with him. And they walk into the quarters with him, and then when you come in and check on him later, the buds are gone, and there are just piles of mycelial mass around the quarters as they just kind of melted and gooed together.
Nope. Oh, so these are the things we fought in the cave.
Yep, these are the things.
things.
It's the same thing you fought on the cave. He treats them as an extension of himself. He wants 2 of them in the cargo bay to herd his cattle. I mean his shipmates.
I will kindly ask him not to refer to them as that while on board, as that might arise issues.
He does refer them as the proper term of the Yalto.
Okay, that's better.
Yeah, that seems to be the formal name, but he does refer to them in very dismissive ways. They're not intelligent. They're not worthy of thought. They're not worthy of comfort. They're not worthy of thought. Very dismissive attitudes with them. Would there be any interaction with the Yalto?
I feel like this is. These guys did the same thing that we did to the wolves by doing the whole cross breeding with dog thing. It gets my drift.
Yep.
Yeah, they domesticated the sentient species for food, you know.
Well, more like
selectively bred them to be a happy working puppies to do the bidding.
Yeah. My guess.
Would you allow our interactions? Would you want to talk to the Yalto themselves, or would you just like lock them in the cargo bay and just let it be?
You know what? I kind of want to figure this out next week because there's because we are kind of legit at the wall of leaving.
Yep. Yeah. I was going to give you a little bit, but yeah, we can go more in depth at that point. They do appear to be somewhat sentient, and they do have language. I will at least give you that much.
Okay.
Otherwise,
there will be some security in the cargo bay, you know, watching, you know, keeping an eye, but they'll have standing orders not to engage unless, you know, like, don't go up and ask about their wives and their kids, you know, just if they need something, you help them, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think
that's given, and that will give you a little bit of a boost for interacting with them next week. Otherwise, if that is everything, the Achilles takes the rampart in tow. The entire time, the Ecliptic stays in orbit, and Lieutenant Commander Hall is almost distraught and is quite upset that her friend and Bradford is injured.
but not dead.
Injured, not dead.
And she's a scientist.
If you have five minutes, we could do a short scene.
Yeah.
Lieutenant Commander Hall would like to speak with you directly, Calder.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep. She comes aboard your ship, meets you in the ready room, and she walks in professional. Stands at attention, and as soon as the door closes, she nearly crumples in the chair and starts crying.
I comfort her and telling him that don't worry, he is stable and nothing, and nothing serious was lost. So he will be back to 100% with nothing lost.
I accepted this assignment thinking I would get away from battle. I didn't think things would be that tough out here. And
But that's the situation of what we have to deal with when we're in Frontier.
I'm kind of wondering why I'm out here at this point. I mean, I'm good with studying phenomenon and stuff, but getting into shooting in matches and losing officers and stuff, this is the war all over again.
I mean, during the times, well, obviously we're still lasting the 3 and 5 year exploration mission in the frontier, but it's definitely a hell of a lot better than during war.
I did want to do this in front of my crew. That's why I came to you. But whatever you need from the Ecliptic will make it happen. Don't take my shakiness for not being able to do my job.
It's fine. You ran into a situation when expecting, and I'll try and use the ability of your ship include to what they're that's often with is studying phenomena like, for example, the Dyson 2.
Mm-hmm. We also have the Provonus system that you guys got into. That's a bit more dicey situation, but I could have us work on that and deciphering some of that tech.
That would be helpful and a way of yes towards the Star base where so he could have some form of command center in the Silk Road.
Mm-hmm.
And able to.
Another thing that you can still do tonight too.
Yeah.
Yep. At that, she nods and goes, "Very well. This is off the record, right?"
Yes.
Okay. At that, she quietly leaves and beams back into her ship, and they slowly make their way to Beta Provonus. Last scene, and we'll cut for the night.
Motion.
Yes.
I think with okay, that I am actually good. Jump in and saying even though that year of promotion is still pending, I think because of your work in the events helping us, you'll get field I grant you field promotion of lieutenant.
Oh, I'm honored. Thank you.
Would this be in your ready room, or would you do this as publicly on the bridge?
I think let's do it on the bridge because his last promotion was pretty public.
Okay. Yeah, no need for a roll at this point, but you give this in a speech. Calder and Elle are in dress uniform, and you formally hand him in the pip. And once you put the pip on his collar, everyone in the bridge claps and cheers. Bailey, he whistles loudly for some reason.
That looks like that's our Aunt Billy. And that is not me saying this out loud. That's a 10 voice Calder.
Yep.
Meta Calder.
Meta Calder.
Mulder.
Yep.
It's Mulder.
Yeah. Bailey, he whistles and claps loudly. Zogar is brooding in the corner. Patterson's and is clapping ecstatically. Lef is clapping politely.
Clapping politely.
And at that, with the newly minted ensign, newly minted lieutenant, full lieutenant this time, you make off with your booty. And soar off into the stars. And that is the end of our episode tonight.
Wait, what did our title last?
Title last week was public interest. Title this week is Objects May Be Closer Than They Appear.
So I need to change. You could bumgash the gaps because I gotta dip. I'm just